without further ado, let's go ahead and play Winter Assault. So we've actually already seen this cutscene. Okay, so, oh my gosh, the minions are gonna detect us. So we need to go. We need to kill these people. Okay, hang on. And then we're gonna skip forward a bit because this is the part we already saw. We're gonna build up some stuff there. Oh my god, the orcs have found us. What do we do? Okay, we killed the guy. Oh no, we gotta relocate our base, even though we killed the boss immediately. Okay. Okay, we're gonna pull out, and we're gonna teleport. We're gonna build the thing. We've got our people holding the line in the defensive area so they can hold the line. And we're building up our second base. Okay, we've almost got our second base going. We're casting a giant lightning storm. Okay, we've got the lightning storm going. We've got the new webway. Now we gotta relocate. We're relocating very slowly because it takes a long time to relocate. And we did it! We're officially farther than we got in the actual game.
The orcs will soon break through the sewer pipes to reach us. We must use our gates to escape, but we haven't enough time. We will trust to our skill to see this through. I pray it is enough.
Okay, so, now that we've done that... Oh my god, the orcs are attacking our second base! God, that would have pissed me off so hard. We never actually successfully moved our base to the second spot, which... I'm not even going to comment on. But if we had gotten there and then the orcs were like, hey, we're going to attack your new base, I would have been so pissed. I was already in a horrifically bad mode. Like, if it wasn't for Evo trying to trip me up, I would have just been tearing things with my teeth. But no, we did it. All right, defend. All right, now we got to build up. We got to build up our troops. It's going to take a while. We got to get our new location. We got to warp again because the orcs are still following us. Run because the orcs are still following us. Oh god. They're pushing through the pipes. They're trying to reach us through the pipes. We can't let them reach us through the pipes. We've got to teleport to the new spot. Oh god, they've gotten through the pipes. No! They're through the pipes. Look! The pipes! The pipes are calling. Okay. We made it. Meanwhile.
Of plots unravels. Many have sacrificed themselves so that we might escape, but we are weakened for that loss. Now the Imperials know we are here. There is only one thing we can do.
Greetings, General Stern. I am Farseer Taldir. I require your assistance. Eldar. I knew there was more to this than the orcs and Chaos Space Marines. Well then, if you know me by name, then you know my question. Indeed. And why should you help us? Because in this matter we are not your enemy. It was we who saved you against the Demon Gate and the Orc artillery. And if we perish, then you will never know the real threat facing all of you. The strange readings. Very well. We will meet in person.
Meanwhile what?
I don't trust the Eldar either. But this way, we know where they are. Move our men into position around the Eldar and protect them until we can relocate them.
Okay, so now we're playing as the God. Yes. We must defend the Eldar. I don't think Evo could draw a shark me. That's just insanity. So, meanwhile, I'm actually shocked that the Guard are capable of teaming up with the Eldar. Because that puts them ahead of most of the other factions in the entire setting. So, okay, we must defend them. We're gonna set up some stuff. Oh no, hang on. The Eldar are under attack. What do we do?
But we must save them from the orc threat. Protect them at all costs until we can relocate their base inside our fortifications.
Yes, we must defend our waifu. It is the only way. It's so dreamy. So we're building up, and we're building up, and we're building up. We have access to the artillery tanks and the sentinels now, which is always cool. I believe you, Huthor. It's just I honestly think from the works I've been exposed to, This is the first time I've ever seen the Eldar actually successfully team up with anybody. It's always the kind of crap we've already seen, like in the Dawn of War 1 vanilla campaign. We are not your enemy. Kill, kill, kill. So then we scoot forward, and oh my god, we're killing them, and they're killing us, but we're killing them, but they're killing us.
Now that the Eldar are safe behind our walls, the orcs have redoubled their attacks against us. The assault is overwhelming, but we must hold out until reinforcements arrive, or die in the attempt.
That is what the guard does best. So then we're gonna hold the line. Yes! You know, I'll give you that one, Hugo. But then we fight, and we send out flame tanks! We have flame tanks now, which are actually really good against orcs, because morale damage. And then we're like, oh no! But then, more turrets! Look at that bridge, look at that bridge! That is a killing field right there, my goodness. And then we go forward some more. Fight, did we 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 kill, 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 did we kill? Look at that bridge! Look at that bridge! Pause. Look at that! God, this feels like just such a slog mission. I'm not even playing the mission, and this is probably going to get a negative. Because look at that. What? Did you see that? Hang on, I'm going to give it a second. Because now it's not doing it. Yeah, there was a flicker. There really shouldn't be a flicker for this. There really, really shouldn't be a flicker for this. It's not repeating. What would possibly make that flicker? Hang on. My graphics card better not be dying. It's a $1,000 graphics card. And I don't have the money to replace one right now. Well, it's not repeating, but that's not really a necessarily good sign. Okay. Hang on just a second, because I actually do have an idea. Let's switch our capture methods slightly. Let's see if that actually works a little bit. And we'll just kind of keep an eye on that. Anyways, so we kill and 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 we kill. I'm giving this mission a negative. Because, holy crap. I mean, this just looks like an absolute slog. It's just turned this bridge into a killing field. And that's the mission. After the irritation I was already facing in the earlier stuff. They're sending a squig off. Yeah, none of this looks fun. I'm glad we're on to Dark Crusade.
Reinforcements have arrived, and that has broken the Orc initiative.
A Baneblade. Well, there's the Baneblade. Let's go send the Baneblade after the squig off, shall we?
You call that a wound? Men to me!
Yeah, no, I think the Baneblade's got that. By itself. And then the Baneblade takes a long time to kill it, and then it kills it eventually. Oh my god, Squig Outs have so much health! Hang on. 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 Okay, we killed the squig off. Wow.
For your assistance.
You Eldar are always trying to manipulate us into fighting your battles. Hecate 7, Tartarus, here. What is it this time?
Very well. But remember that once I tell you the truth, I cannot untell it.
I believe in the Emperor. His is the only truth. Anything you have to say falters in comparison to that.
Very well. Death's locusts are coming to this world, and they will appear where your primitive titan has fallen to stop you from claiming it. They are called the Necrons, and they will lay waste to all life in this sector.
Necrons? I've heard the word before.
The last time they were awake, eons ago, they thinned the galaxies of its species and threatened us to the verge of extinction. We possess a weapon this time, however. Our Soul Stone can destroy them. But we will speak more on this later. The orcs and fallen humans approach. Let us be on our way.
Wow, I am actually flat shocked that she was willing to just straight up tell him something instead of being all vague and ephemeral like they always frickin' are. Because, you know, they always do that, right? The great aegis of death will fly upon us, lest thou goest forth unto yonder winds, carrying fell scent upon evening's brow. And it's like, could you say something? Well, verily, word speaketh from my... No. Use your words. It's something I say all the time to my niece, because, you know, when this is actually past tense, when she was learning how to speak, you know, she'd cry. She'd start crying. I'm like, okay, use your words. We need to understand what's the issue. It's like, oh, okay. This is the problem. Okay, now we understand the problem. We can move on. So hang on. So let's skip over here for a second. Oh my god, it's the review. Negative to gameplay. So that was level 3. Winter Assault, Order, Mission 3. Irritating, upon irritation, and then dull. Moving on. Mission 4. Isn't this so much better? I should just do this from now on. I'm not doing that. I hate doing this. But this is compromise.
Never have I encountered such an obstinate species. The orcs are victims of their nature, but these humans are willfully persistent and blind.
No, Evo.
They survived. Is a joke the universe shares with no one, I'm afraid. But we can trust the humans to turn against us when the Titan is operational. That is why we must reach the Titan first with the Soul Stone.
Streaminations are on hold until we're caught up in the queue. I know I've said that like 5 times today, but I'll keep repeating it. No streaminations until we're caught up in the queue. Saturdays are just being turned into a regular streaming day, just like they used to be.
Only then can we hope to defeat the Necrons.
Meanwhile...
Necrons, and you believe the Elder. Their assertions mean nothing to me. I agreed to help them to keep them within reach and to aid us in destroying the enemy. I fully expect them to betray us. At first opportunity, we must reach that Titan and get the crew in place before the Eldar do. Only one of us, Imperial or Eldar, will win the day. And the victor will be chosen here.
Could you speak up a little bit, please? God damn. Yes, correct, Roman Cure. Full streaming days. We have 2 shifts today, and we're starting early. So a full 9-hour shift. Okay. So we've got some troops. We got some sentinels. This is cool. This is great. So let's skip forward a little bit. And then we fight, and then we fight, and then we fight.
Our only duty is to ensure the Titan crew reaches the Titan unharmed. We must get their Land Raider transport safely through the psychic gates.
Correct, Evo. I thought about switching it to 10-hour days, but the evenings are taken and have been for a while. So I usually work 12-hour days. It's just now I'm spending 9 of those hours streaming. a bait. So now we have to kill more. Kill more, kill more. Keep on killing the more, the more. This is now my structure. I command everything. Now that I've painted a giant skull on it. Oh god, demons! Kill the demons! Okay, so we've taken the base. Looks like this is the same... Oh my god, is this the same map? Oh my god, it totally freaking is. It's just now we're at... So, Django told me about this. Because, yeah, there's the Trailblazer, or whatever it is. Yeah, but it is the same map, is what my point is. I mean, it'll probably only take me a few months to get caught back up, even. Although games keep getting funded, we had another game get funded yesterday. So, that's just making it, you know, stretching it out. So, we defend the Trailblazer as it moves forward through massive swarms of demons. Demons everywhere. Killing, 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 killing. This looks like an absolutely... This looks like an escort mission, which is awful. I thought about raising the price, but that's not going to work, as weird as that sounds. Because I will then inevitably have to lower the price again. And the current price is correct. Like, I've done the math. I actually did the math just this week again to verify it. The current rate of funding is pretty much exactly where I want it to be. The problem is the queue exists. And the only solution for that is to either somehow freeze all funding, which isn't going to work, or to just stream more. So we're just streaming more.
Eager for action, sir.
I thought about chopping into my lunch breaks, too. I'm still thinking about that. Yeah, there's also the rewrites. I honestly could probably get FF1 into workable format within a week right now, which is just crazy to think about.
I've returned. All units, prepare for my...
This looks really boring. It's an escort mission through waves after waves of crap while playing as the guard. This just sounds awful.
Get inside before they break through.
Like, look at this nonsense.
What would you have me do?
Oh, that's easy. I can do that right now. Check it out. I can alt-tab now without crashing the game. No, new games would actually make the queue better. Because any new game is something... any new game being added is something that isn't being funded. Where's Eva? There she is. There's that wonderful, amazing woman. Now let's pull up. Obviously, these aren't finalized. I guess these are kind of finalized. But, well, just mass grab and drag. I can only upload 10 files at a time. What? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 files. And here's the rest of the 4. There you go, Eva. That's all of them I have so far. Up to and including the conflict with Astos. Okay. Leave Discord. Okay, so this is really boring. Boring and stupid. And then we get to the end and we... Look at it! Oh, okay.
This is General Stern of the Cadian 412th Regiment Imperial Guard. Only fools believe that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Still, the Eldar proved useful enough to bring my men into position, admittedly at cost to their own lives. They lay outside, being cut to the last as I speak. I cannot risk helping them. I will not trade the lives of my men for theirs.
You will fail this day, General. Without our soul stone, the battle will be lost. The Necrons will sweep over you and drink your life out from the hollow vessel of your corpse. Without us, you face your doom.
Eldar, The Cadian 412th have faced doom before. We bested it then, and we will best it today. Die well.
I love how they kept getting knocked back over the field and then run back through the barrier they can't go through. So anyways, here's the Eldar side of the aforementioned scene. Probably gonna be the same intro. Yep. So now we switch to the Eldar.
The assembly must be relocated to within that primitive psychic defensive shield. The runes say
I
our
cannot
path
permit
must
the convoy to
forsake
stand
in
still
time
any
retreat
longer.
from my
We
mind.
must press on.
We must make our way to the psychic gate.
Alright, we've got this. All we have to do is make it to the psychic gate.
Powers are yours now.
The craft world sings to me.
Correct, Lord Harriman. No stream.
Together. The craft world sings to me and I respond in kind. The craft world sings to me and I respond in kind. You will have what you require.
This position is the most ideal
Cool.
location for our first relocation. It is secluded and secure from ground assault. First, we must eliminate the pathetic humans defending it. Then we will move the webway assembly.
Together.
Naturally.
Okay.
It will be
Charge, Eldar! So we charge as the Eldar. This is actually a much longer mission than the previous one was. Probably because the previous one's on an automatic timer. So it takes 20 minutes for the Land Raider to get to the end. But this one, we got this. We got this. We just have to keep teleporting our troops forwards. Teleport. Takes a very long time to do. Has a big cooldown. Slog. Not even halfway through the mission yet. Okay, we got this. We don't got this. We're nowhere. Okay, it's cool. Are we trying to kill the Land Raider? We're trying to kill the Land Raider, aren't we? Yeah, no, that tracks. Okay, so we're killing our allies like you do. And I guess they're not our allies. And they are evil. So they sort of have it coming. Okay, then we run. We charge forwards. Correct. New pre-existing doodads will work in most of those. There's only one kind of pseudo exception to that so far, because I reused a tile for a different area. I literally didn't have anything else. Oh no, they almost made it, but it's okay because we made it first. Oh man, this is a really tough mission, but it's okay because I.
We will protect this
Hang on, Evo.
with our lives.
We are shaped by fate just as we shape it.
Marsh outside is not Elfheim, even though it's using the same tile set. And then we move forwards! Up. Okay, we did it! We made it! Whew.
I hear the song of the celestial heavens, and the music is cacophonous. It is strange, but I find comfort in its dissonance. Writing the discord of the universal opus is what's given my people purpose, when, by all rights, we as a race should have collapsed in upon ourselves. Win or lose, this battle is already my victory, my triumph. It is now fate which decides whether I am there to celebrate that fact or not.
You know what? Don't do any doodad work until I have time to tell you about it, Evo. So now we're at part 5. Well, no, not really, Venters. I'll take a drink, though.
Although the golden throne of Terra orbits a distant star, far from here, the Emperor's hand is on your shoulders today. You have fought and displayed bravery and loyalty far and above your calling as guardsmen. You have faced the
No, I'd say that's exactly what they're calling.
wall, as well as stared down the horrors of the warp in the fallen Space Marines. And in that, I am honored to have led you. Our task remains, however. There is still work to be done. The Titan is ours, but its machine spirit is injured. The Titan crew is in place, leaving us to defend the Titan while the crew brings its armaments online. For that, we need energy to power the weapon systems. Now go! The fight is far from over!
Okay, so we're starting in the middle instead of the outside, probably because we're defending the Titan this time.
They will learn. Standing ready. We must build thermoplasma generators if we hope to power the Titan.
I am on it.
The Chaos Legion and the Orcs will be here any minute.
am on it.
And our defenses won't hold. Establish a stronger perimeter near those generator sites.
I
They
see.
have to survive.
Okay. Interesting mission objective. Build stuff, defend stuff. I'm with it. So then we build stuff, and we build stuff, and we build stuff. And then we have lag, and then we build stuff, and then we build stuff. Building stuff, building stuff, building stuff. Building all sorts of stuff. And then in like a marching theme. Preferably by someone who can actually sing. This is taking a while for nothing happening. I mean, it's still just building up and slowly claiming the spots so they can set up the thermos. Not a terrible mission, though, in terms of structure.
Power the Titan. Good work. Look out! Here they come!
That Mars pattern command facility is under heavy assault. Defend it. Protect it with your lives. If we can repair it, we can requisition a Bane blade, and all will tremble at its wrath.
I do like Bane blades. Whoops, hang on.
General, the Titan sensors are functioning, but they're reporting anomalous signals and unusual xeno-energy readings.
What? So the Eldar was telling the truth.
Yeah, a little less out of nowhere, since we knew about this 2 missions ago. I almost prefer it the out-of-nowhere way the Disorder campaign does. It's just, alright, we're gonna kill the enemies, and all of a sudden, hi! Just no build-up, no foreshadowing, just hello.
If we're to hold off these vile, heartless Necrons, we will need every man!
Emperor be with us.
Alright, now where's those guns? Give me the big guns. With the Imperial Guard, we're all about big guns. Oh wow, that's mean. Where's the big guns? I want to use the big guns.
Let me preach his name!
Really? Can I not use the big guns? But I want to use the big guns.
General, the Titan's weapons are online.
Yay!
Finally! Now we show these Necrons the might of Terra! Titan gunnery crew, fire on those monoliths and bring them down! All guardsman units, drive the Necrons back! Give them hell!
Okay, gun time. Whenever it finishes stalling. There we go. Titan weapon. Yeah! Let's see what this thing can do.
We're under fire!
Apparently it's out of range. Got it. So we're going to wait till it's in range.
So shall it be done.
Surely at some point it'll be in range. There we go.
I hold the secrets of the
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Okay. What I love best about these big guns is they're actually the underbarrels of the actual gun. They're like
Another monolith brought to ruin!
adjacent guns on the gun. Like they literally put guns on their guns. I don't know what else to say about that.
As soon as we beseech the machine's spirit,
So we go ahead and kill a bunch more, and we kill a bunch more, and we kill a bunch more, and then we did it.
Guardsmen! Another monolith brought to ruin!
I mean, that makes sense. A tank usually has guns on its guns, too.
The excavation crew is landing along with reinforcements. If I were a suspicious man, I'd call their timing too good.
I told them to hold off until we bested the Necrons. There was no reason to lead more into the slaughter without the Titans' weapons operational.
What?
It is a day to be proud, General. Your men perform better than any guardsman unit I've encountered.
Thank you. But our work is not yet done. There are still pockets of Orc resistance across Lorne 5. We must protect the repair crews while they nurse the Titan back to health.
Still, it was an honor to fight alongside you. Barring my space marines, I could not have asked for better.
To each of us falls a task, and all the Emperor requires of us guardsmen is that we stand the line, and we die fighting. It is what we do best. We die standing.
Okay. That's not as inspirational as you probably think it is. Just saying.
My brothers and sisters of light and song, terrible task falls to us. The Necrons, our ancestor foes and destroyer of our sister species, have returned. Even into this millennium, some craft worlds lie in silent ruin because of them. Millions of brothers and sisters gutted out like weak candles. We cannot abide this travesty again. To obliterate the soul itself is an act of utter, unprecedented malice that we cannot allow. The Necrons must pay for their actions. Today, they answer to us.
Farsia Toldir, Necron monolith sighted.
So it is. Every battle must be a war unto itself. There can be no partial triumphs, for the Necrons will return again and again. Prepare yourselves. Today we war!
You mean war? I'm okay with a good war. So, I assume you mean in gameplay. I do like the idea of having the Titan's guns available. Oh my god, this base is pathetic. This is our starting setup? The guards had a better starting setup than this. I like the idea of using the guns.
For the Necrons' arrival is in my help.
The only downside is, if I was paying attention during that mission, you only really get the guns when the Necrons show up at the end of the mission, so it's kind of a victory lap situation, as opposed to a moment of awesome. In other words, they don't really give you the guns to play with and have fun with, they give you the guns to finish the game. That's the only complaint I could have, and it's a minor one, so no negatives there. Moving on. So then we build up about, oh, that was fast! It's seconds into the mission. Like 40 seconds in. Hi!
Be strong of heart, my warriors. The Necrons have arrived. By the gods, guard my soul in the Infinity Matrix. This is Farsia Toldir, praying for what I fear is the last time. Give me strength.
Praying to who? Nobody gives a damn about you. Alright, so, Necrons. It's okay, it's just one monolith. We got this. At the 40-second mark with no defenses. How the hell are you supposed to deal with that? Like, we could take down a monolith with essentially a full, what was it, like 6 group of fully reinforced and upgraded WOG. Oh, they do look. Time to kill 2 gods, then. And then we need to kill the Chaos Gods, and then the Catan, and then the Emperor of Mankind, and then I think we'll be good at that point. Just, you know, etch a sketch the board a little bit, right? Scooch forward a little bit.
Assembly and time to use the power of the Soul Stone. Select the Webway Assembly and use the Soul Stone to obliterate the monolith. The day is long. Eliminate the last of the Necron warriors.
Okay.
Finally return home to our families.
Well, thank God we won the day. Whew, we did it. Mission accomplished. I'm curious why a weapon called a Soul Stone would do anything against the Necrons, but, you know. It's cool. We're cool. So
The souls. No! More monoliths have arrived. The battle has only begun. The Soul Stone is depleted. It isn't ready for another attack. Our doom is upon us. We have but one chance left to win this day. The primitive Titan is still powerful. The Bone Singers can ensnare the power contained within its archaic weapons and use it to our advantage.
There is wisdom in your
okay, and no, I do not, Eldar. Obviously. There's no gods in Warhammer 40k. Don't be ridiculous. Switch forward. So we're drawing power from the Titan.
The process has begun, but to succeed, we must devote our energies to one Titan piece at a time.
Okay. That's going to take a while to entomb. And we've done it.
The Titan piece is ours. Direct the Titan's weapon against our foe and drive the Necrons back.
But, like...
The Titan weapon is helping the Soul Stone regenerate its power. The more of the Titan weapons we capture, the sooner the Soul Stone can fire again.
You're paid for your actions, alien. You may have seized the Titan, but you will not live long enough to use it.
Human, the Necrons are your true enemies, not us. Stop resisting our efforts to help you.
Necrons, Orcs, Eldar, you'll all die the same when General Stern arrives.
Right.
Sings to me and I respond in kind.
I mean, I guess I'm going to take back everything nice I said about the Eldar and the Space Marines actually working together.
This is worse than defeat, for it will return soon to plague us again. We cannot allow the monolith to escape. Destroy it before it phases away. Target everything we have against it, lest it phases away before the killing blow arrives.
Command me to build.
Okay.
Take me to where I may call.
That's really messed up, Uther. I'm going to pretend I never read that. Hi, Imperial Star Destroyer.
Enemy fire.
I feel like we're up to 7 times I've said this today. And I think we're up to 15 times total for today and yesterday. Those streaminations are on pause until further notice. We will not be continuing streaminations until the queue is smaller. Whenever that is. That's the summary.
Order the 3rd Phalanx to pull back. Let the enemy pursue them. Then, close in with the 8th and 10th Phalanxes. Just like we did on Baltaine. General, Eldar.
Stay your hand, human. I've come to speak with you, not fight.
You have guts, Eldar. Considering we already trusted you once.
We are not your enemies today, so stop treating us as such. We do not want your Titan. It is yours once we dispose of the Necrons.
I don't trust you, Eldar.
Your trust is not required to win this war. Only your help.
Very well, Eldar. All units, concentrate your firepower on the Necrons. We have a war to win.
Okay, do we then betray them? Like... I mean, technically we are betraying them because we're draining energy from the Titan to power our weapon. So we're willing to give them a drained Titan, which is functionally a betrayal as is. So anyways, do we fight? 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 Do we fight?
We must now fight the arriving armies of disorder as well.
The great enemy.
And so then we do more fighting, which is pretty normal. Now we fight Chaos and the Orcs. Always gonna fight the Orcs.
Farseer, have we truly won?
A momentary victory, I assure you. The Titan has served its purpose, but the strain ruptures it. If it explodes, it will claim us in her fury.
Our people await your instruction, Farseer. What would you have us do?
The Necrons came, expecting to find souls for the claiming, and instead found defeat. We can leave now. Go through the portal, sound the evacuation. We are finished with this world.
Are you gonna tell the guard that their Titan's about to explode? Random thought. Oh my god. Why would they do that? I suppose this is canon then, and therefore why he's chasing her in Dark Crusade.
We have won the day, but the day is not won on battles alone. The Necrons will continue their march, and at every turn of every crooked corner of this universe, they will find us lying in wait. And they will find us unafraid.
And the guards will be royally pissed. Is that it? That's it. The end! And then we beat the game. Okay, we did it. We beat Winter Assault. Let's get rid of that. Victory. Are you sure, Loke? I mean, in all honesty, yeah. Winter Assault was worse than vanilla in pretty much every way. I'm honestly really bonkered by how bad that overall was, so hang on. So, now, one other thing I was doing off camera wasn't just getting that set up, now that we've actually beaten that. But now we're going to move on to Dark Crusade, and I was screwing... What? Hang on. I was screwing with some settings to try and fix the flicker. I don't know if we fixed the flicker. Honestly, I don't think we did. But, you know. But then, why are the guard pursuing... Why is Lucas Alexander pursuing the Eldar from the world from Winter Assault if it's some other dude? Hang on. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm confused. Why change who we're playing as? Yeah, we're back into crash territory here. Hang on, Loke. Hang on.
The planet Cronus. Beset on all sides by the tides of war, this once quiet colony became a savage battlefield. 7 armies clashed on this one world, each refusing to back down. Each convinced it was in the right.
Come on.
From beneath the sands of Cronus' central desert came the Necrons. Ancient machines bent on eradicating all life. But another evil already had its eyes on the planet. From the depths of the warp, the demonic forces of chaos arrived to enforce their claim. To oppose these fearsome powers, the planet's rulers in the Tau Empire sent their elite soldiers and sophisticated battlesuits into the fray. From the mighty Imperium of Man came the Imperial Guard, there to secure Cronus for the glory of the God Emperor.
It's not here.
Like a green...
So, hang on.
The Imperial Guard arrived on Cronus in pursuit of the Eldar Farseer Taldir.
See?
General Lucas Alexander
The first line.
found more than his prey there, however.
And it's like General Alexander found more than his prey. Why did they switch it?
Alexander claimed...
Why did they switch who it was? That's such a weird choice. We must pursue the Farseer here. Bob, however, is the guy pursuing it. What about... Dude, no, it's Bob now. Whatever. Sorry.
Welcome to the single.
Ah! Well, no, you were right, Loke, because it says right at the beginning. Here, check this out. No. Like, even if we start up a brand new map, it says right there, you are Lucas Alexander. Like, what? Why did... And it's already flickering. So that's lasted 20 milliseconds. Okay, hold on. Let's go ahead and provoke a crash here. Let's try this. Maybe that'll help. Now, it's already crashed. I really want to fix this goddamn flicker. Actually, what I want to do is stop playing these games. But what I really want to do is conquer the world. Wait, I should get the order of that differently. Look, all I'm saying is that once I conquer the world, I won't have to worry about this ever again. Okay. Flicker. Okay. You know, honestly, you're right, Blade Turbell. I could be like, all right, I need someone to sit down and give us a proper modern remaster of this game. So we can play it on modern systems without any of these irritations. Well, whatever. So... we're playing as the Necrons for our main campaign. But I kind of want to try something else. So we're going to do Necrons first. And depending on how this goes, we might do more or we might move on to Soulstorm. So we're going to use the Necrons as a bit of a test bed.
The Necrons had lain buried in the sands of Cronus for eons, having retreated there at the end of a great war only hinted at in the histories of ancient races like the Eldar. Long before man even stood upright, the Necrons and their dark gods had retreated to their tomb worlds. But their slumber was not eternal. Eventually their genocidal deities awoke them again, driving them to purge the life that had spread across the galaxy during their sleep. On Cronus, this awakening came when an archaeological team opened a mysterious crypt on the arid Thor Abyss Plateau. Most of the team died, but expedition leader Thomas Maccabee somehow became one of the mysterious Necron pariahs. Seemingly retaining a hint of his personality, he occasionally spoke for the Silent Army as it advanced. The Necron Lord of Cronus, the most ancient and powerful of the deathless creatures on the planet, promptly launched a campaign of extermination. His loathsome god, the Nightbringer, hungered for the deaths of all those on Cronus.
Wow, Brigwin. That's impressive, honestly. Hey, okay. So,
welcome to the single player.
Dismiss all. Okay. Tonight on Bottom Gear, we lead an orc walk. Oh my god, the flicker! hate the flicker. I hate everything about the flicker. By the way, just in case you're wondering, the flicker still happens when when OBS isn't up. Which is almost a shame. Because we actually have a rule. Some people might not be aware of this. If there's something that I have issues streaming, but otherwise wouldn't be an issue with the game, I don't actually give that a negative. Because it's just a streaming problem. But if it's an issue that would happen regardless of streaming, like the flicker... okay, so... what do we got? What do we got? Yeah, no, that's a negative. And I mean, you can see the flicker right here. What you're seeing is what I'm seeing. This is the frequency and style of the flicker. It's not that rapid fire stuff, but you see this is... I should time it. Hang on. That's every 10 seconds, almost on the dot. Every 10 seconds. Wow. Okay. Yes, I did, Loke, and that actually explains it. So that would also explain why the guard is still chasing her, because at this point, they need revenge for their fallen leader. Ugh. Okay. Okay, so. Let's see here. So that gives us increased manpower. Which will be fun, as the Necrons, especially. Let's go attack Chaos. That should be fun. It only flickers when I'm not moving the mouse, specifically, is what does it. I can provoke a flicker by just taking my hand off the controller for like 10 seconds. Which it'll probably do it here. See? But if I just move it... Notice I'm not actually doing anything. All I'm doing is moving the mouse around. Moving the mouse, and you notice it's not happening. Okay, so, Necrons. This should be fun. So there's me. Wonderful cape, as it should be. Let's get some basic warriors going. We'll talk more about how the Necrons play in just a moment, because we need to get some stuff going first. Let's go and get some of these going while we're here. Wait patiently. Looks like we're going to scooch you up there. I don't know if I can take a 7 Roman Cure. Yeah, Necron warriors are actually surprisingly legit. Like, I would say the only other basic unit that has that kind of standing power cannot capture points. Right. Is the Space Marines. The basic Space Marines, and that's just because they're modular as hell. As you can see, Necron units are slow. That's one of their big detriments. Not that I'd call that a big detriment. You'll also notice, if you're paying attention, we do not have requisition in the strictest sense of the word. We have power, but we do not have requisition. We also kind of have several buried units here. I'm not sure what that's all about, but I'm sure it'll come to its own very quickly. Alright, so now let's get some power going. We need as much power as possible. It's very mandatory. Honestly, we should probably get another scarab going too. Oh yeah, by the way, we're playing the Borg now, too. So I hope you like the glowing green and black look. I'm not sure who came first, the Borg or the Necrons. that started. Because the Borg would be like early 90s. Oh, I'd have to look that up. Whenever Q Who came out. That might be late 80s, actually. Someone do me a favor, look up when Q Who came out. '89, there we go. Plop that down. Well, nah, let's actually just put it up here. Well, no. Okay, let's do this. Okay. Let's get an archive going. And we need more generators. Of course we need more generators. Always need more generators. We can't even build obelisks yet, can we? Oh no, we can. I'm just stupid. That's a weird thought. They haven't added a new faction to Warhammer 40k in 22 years. Think about that for a second. It's not a short period of time. I thought the Space Dwarves were an old faction. That was brought back. I'm not the expert, so I don't know. By the way, the unit barks are on. It's just the Necrons don't talk very much. Maybe that's one of the reasons I like playing as the Necron so much. No audio spam. I suppose the question then becomes, when were the squats introduced? Oh, Jesus. So that's honestly kind of worse, isn't it? So we've got the squats. Well, what do they do? Well... I do love how the Necrons build things by just pulling them out of the ground. Tomb worlds and all that. Big, slow-moving tanks and guns. Sounds like my kind of faction. How the hell, Uthor? Yeah, exactly, Roman Cure. The biggest tanks have ship-based weapons. Holy crap. So I don't know how that applies in 40k, but in some settings, like Star Trek, Star Wars, and Battletech, shipboard weapons on the ground are a thing. Are they done? They're done, okay. Just watching the slow awakening of the tomb here. Yes. Yes! Arise, my daughter! Oh, flicker. I know this is just the Olk theme, but I love this song. What can I say? Alright, so now we can make a bunch of stuff, including Wraiths, which are okay, Flayed Ones, which I'm never going to use, and Immortals, which are awesome. A bunch of stuff we can do now. Good. Oh, we need even more? Oh, wow, Uthor. Whoa, shoot. Chaos is fighting us. Right, I guess the other side still exists. I was mostly just trying to show off, though. Hi, we're the Necrons. No guesses as to why we're called that. I need summoning core, which means I need you, actually. Of course, Evo. The parts that matter are the parts that are draping down anyways. Remember, I can't Alt-Tab load without crashing, so if you're going to leak something. I feel like we could do even more of this, but let's get some Immortals going. Let's get a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything. And that's a valid point, Stumpy. Okay, so that's going to make Wraiths even faster, which is ridiculous. Well, we're definitely going to show off skills. We have to show off everything. There's actually two major ways to play Necrons that I know of, and there's probably more like 50, because I'm not an expert by any measure. But there's two ways I used to play as Necrons. One is the slow tide, which is exactly what it sounds like. The other is the sweeping tide. So the Necrons actually have several units which are much faster, like this Wraith here, or the Skiffs, as was just mentioned. Then there's the slow tide. That's the... Now, I tend to like the slow tide, personally, because it's just this ever-advancing wall of death. But we might poke at the sweeping tide a little bit. See, now we have Wraiths. Ho, ho, ho. Alright, so go down here. Oh, you're already there. You go ahead and double up until I can't. Yep. Yeah, Wraith awaiting launch orders. Okay, so we've got... that's going to make the Necron Warriors even better. Oh god, flayed ones are just messed up. We'll show those off in a minute. I made some. So these are Immortals. Immortals are, I mean, it's just look at what they're carrying. Here, look at those guns. Just look at them. Just look at them. What more do I need to add to that? Where's my flayed ones? Where's my flayed ones? I swear I made a flayed one. I swear I made a flayed one. Do I not have enough resources? Well, we also got to show off the spiders. Ah! The Necron second. I like it. Keep those resources coming. We need to upgrade. Oh, there we go. Kong, Kong, Kong. How are you doing? Oh, you're done. Okay. Good afternoon, Not Zero. Hope you're doing well today. As if you aren't, by God. Yesterday was such a universally crap day. For more than one person, which is unacceptable. It was the cursed day. Oh, okay. Now you're dead. I'm surprised Necrons even have a morale bar, by the way. They probably shouldn't. More so than any other race. Hey, Scion, so you missed it, but I hope you were okay with what we did. Okay, so what we did earlier today is we went ahead... God damn it! We went ahead and fired up a YouTube playthrough of the rest of Winter Assault so we could showcase the rest of it. And make fun of the Eldar and the Space Marines constantly betraying each other. Should we join them? Yes, but they will betray us immediately. Yeah, I agree morale fits the Necrons. You know what, I'll agree with that. The Tyranids should also not have a morale mechanic, but of course, I don't know if they do or not. Well, until I see a shark with glasses, don't do that. Don't waste your time with me. Oh, they're deep strikers. Okay, that's what she meant. Yeah, they're right there. God, I'm blind. Thank you. Okay, so hang on. We gotta get our second squad going here, but let's just drop them out here, and we'll show off some flayed ones. So these are flayed ones. They're dripping with... So, and I'm just gonna quote the game here. These grotesque warriors drape themselves with the skin... Hang on. With the skin of their victims in a horrid parody of the living. They radiate fear and revulsion, and do a steady drain on the morale of all nearby units. They're also part of the slow tide group I just mentioned, so... Slowly march the zombies up, and the chaos are gonna be like, ah! Just watch them, just watch them. Might kill them before they break. Nope, there they go, they broke. There's their morale. Okay, so we need some more fast units. What are we doing? So there's the Destroyer, the Heavy Destroyer, the Tomb Spider. Pariahs. I don't actually like Pariahs, but they're mean. Now let's grab a couple of upgrades here. Wait, oh, that's right, those are not upgrades. Damn it, I'm stupid. Well, what did I grab? Reduce damage... Resurrection Orb, and move faster. Damn it. Well, those are not the ones I wanted, but that's okay. Yeah, the flares! Reinforce the flares. It's okay, we got plenty of guts around here to go ahead and claim for ourselves. Meanwhile, I want you to go and get this going, or not. In the right order, please. Thank you. So, it's a very, very simple explanation, Not Zero. We're streaming games until we're caught up in the queue. That's really all it is. Queue's too big. Game's getting funded at the correct rate. So that's it. End statement. Okay, so let's show off some other stuff. So let's show off. Obviously, we need to get a Pariah going, and then Tomb Spider, Destroyer, Heavy Destroyer. Yeah, as Kira White Noise says, the funding rate is exactly where it should be. Like, surprisingly accurately. But... we're behind. So here's the Pariahs. They are heavy infantry for the Necrons. Well, the queue needs to be smaller for a lot of reasons, honestly. First and most importantly, it's less of a stressor on me. No offense, and not trying to be greedy, but it is nice to have less stress in my life. Secondly, it's very important to add... The queue needs to be a malleable thing. The larger the queue, the less I can scooch it around, right? So, for example, let me use a direct example here. Let's say I've decided I really want to play Pokemon Arceus, and so do several other people. Well, that's bloody tough, because even if Pokemon Arceus got funded today, we wouldn't play it for 3 months. You see the problem there? The queue being it's not like the queue being shrunk means less games will be played. In fact, it'll be the exact same rate of games being played. It just means we'll be able to select more clearly things to kind of drop in there, right? Same thing with a lot of other games. I mean, if someone really is looking forward to, I don't know, something, well, then that sucks because we've got a queue. You get the general idea. So, okay, so this is a Tomb Spider. They're fun. We're going to go and get the upgrade going. These are the Destroyers. They're fun. This is part of the fast unit I mentioned earlier. Yeah, like the Resident Evil block. It'd be nice if we could play that anytime soon, but it's even if it was magically funded today, it's nowhere near now. Oh yeah, Tomb Spiders are mean. My usual approach is to lean heavily onto the Immortals and Tomb Spiders and just kind of lean on that. But as you can see, it's not like they can't do stuff even by themselves. We're in the phase. Lots of fire there while the Destroyers get caught up. They can also spawn those attack scarabs, which are kind of exactly what they sound like. Alright, let's go kill the enemy. I think we've played around enough. That's a good question, Not Zero. I'll let you know when I get there. Because the problem is games are... it's not actually a problem, but games are also being funded as we go. Like, literally, a new game got funded yesterday. So... this is a dynamic situation. Maybe they're up here. They're probably up here. Let's go up here. Shoot them! Shoot them! Sorry. How are we doing? Keep moving. Keep moving. Oh yeah, we've got a monolith now too. Because our super unit is just our base. And trust me, it's a super unit. If I get this into their base, they're dead. Dealer's Choice can add to the queue, but it can't move the queue, Dark Archon. So, for example, I could fund a game like right now if I really wanted to. But again, that would be at the very end of the queue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start setting up defenses to show off something that may or may not become relevant later. Ooh, don't come here. Well, probably because the maps are generally better designed, and the units have a few more variances that make them more interesting, too. We're also playing as the Necrons. Probably helps. You'll also notice we're not getting audio spammed. As I mentioned earlier, the Necrons have that one weird advantage of not being an audio spammy race. So it's probably a couple of little things. Yeah, what's our range on the teleport? Yeah, not great. So right now, Metroid Prime 1 is on the Switch, King of Koopa's Live. Metroid Prime 2 and 3 are not. I am not playing the GameCube or Wii versions of Metroid Prime 2 or 3. I refuse. So, until those come out in a more modern format, some way or another, we're just gonna hold off on that. Play chicken. Makes sense? looks like they're actually over here. Did you hear that? That. That's the sound effects they make. It's kind of zergy. Yeah, it looks like they're not up here. I didn't think they were, but it was worth checking. Just gonna scout around a little bit with the fast squad. Did you... I didn't even mean to cab away from that, but yeah. That's what happens to anything that gets in the range of the monolith. Yeah. Oh no, it's a Chaos Sorcerer. And he's dead. The best part about the Necrons is they do decent damage even to buildings. Because those gauze rifles are ridiculous. We win. 3-to-1 kill ratio and a conquest. And we got a Crypt Warrior squad. Just crushed. Okay, so skinning blades. Yeah. What else we got here? Actually, I want the ability to see invisible. We know that that's going to be a thing. Yeah, so we'll get the Death Mask. Death Mask. Oh yeah, let's tank it up. Let's just make ourselves turbo tanky. Let's do it. Yeah! Yeah, let's do it. Alright, do we have a second attack? Where's the 7 that was mentioned? This thing over here? Interesting. There's the Chaos Marines, but there's not really a Chaos faction in this game. Obviously, lore-wise, there is a Chaos. Yep, tank Crons. Let's do it. Already up to a 5. This plot spot we just grabbed. Oh, it's to our right, not the left. My bad. Okay, so end turn.
Charge! For the glory of the Imperium!
So, just for random fun, I was looking up speedruns of this game. You're probably thinking, why, Lore? It's because speedrunners usually dig more into the specific gameplay mechanics of a game than other people do. So, I was curious if there were any insights into fixing the various problems we've been having. Short answer, no. But what I find hysterical is that there is actually... the primary speedrunning strategy for this game is to start as the race, preferably Necrons, reinforce your main base, and then end turn over and over and over while the other factions kill each other until there's only one faction left, then kill them. I found that amusing. The current record, by the way, is like 9 minutes. Anyways, we'll go ahead and bring the Honor Guard. Why not? We can afford it. Actually, hang on. Before we bring the Honor Guard, hang on. I could be willing to do that, Cyan, because I do agree they were trying something. They were just failing at it. I don't know. What do we think? Because that almost feels like a pity plus. Let's see. Reinforce, reinforce. So I want at least one of those to start. And honestly, let's just get an immortal. That'll be perfectly good. What about here? What do we got over here? Yeah, that's just going to be our standard reinforcing. Right? Okay, attack! I'm not going to bring them with me. Let's go!
It was during the Horus Heresy that the influence of chaos first drove Space Marine against Space Marine. Cronus witnessed some of this terrible fighting, and the heretics of those ancient times left behind them terrible artifacts. In the desolate Ares Badlands stood one such talisman, an ancient icon of the blood god Khorne. With war sweeping Cronus once more, a demon within the icon awoke. It fed on the souls of those slain in combat, and promised gifts to whoever would slake its thirst for blood. Even the warriors of the Imperium ended up feeding the fiend as they fought across the Badlands to prevent others from claiming this prize. The faithful tried to ignore the whispers the demons slipped into their minds. But every death still fed its dark appetite. In the end, whoever controlled the Ares Badlands would gain a measure of the demons' fury, allowing them to launch attack after attack against their enemies.
Yes, correct, son. Now, normally I don't tab to check something, but if you double check, Loki, you should notice that I've already given a positive for that, because I agree. It adds the all-important investment. And investment's really important to me when it comes to these kind of games. I mean that, too. Like, as a... No, there's no apology necessary, Loki. It's just, I when it comes to... A lot of game modes will do, like, capture territory or claim provinces or whatever, but for no reason. There's no actual benefit to claiming them. So... That's cool. I'm sorry, there's actually there's two lines of this. There's one thing, which is there's actual benefits to claiming territory. But the other thing is, if you claim territory, while you're doing the mission, you don't care about anything other than beating the map, right? It's actually kind of pushes you out of immersion, if you think about it. In fact, now that I think about it, I might give that a story positive as well. Because you don't care. You're not conquering the land, you're playing a mission. And there's that distinction, it just kind of pushes me out of it, you know what I mean? This is how Soulstorm will be, for example. But here, because I know that I'm actually claiming territory and that if I set up buildings or set up defenses, they will be there in counter-defense missions, I feel like I have more investment in bothering with things like setup and establishment and base building, right? It's one of the biggest things that really sink its teeth into me with regards to Darkness. So, do me a favor, don't let me forget. In fact, here, let's actually just make a save here. Let's just do it right now. We're probably going to crash the game. We'll just do this. Let's just write down a plus right now for the immersion factor of that. Because as Django was pointing out, yesterday I believe, you could just treat these as random skirmish maps, but I just have no interest in that. If all I'm doing is trying to race to the finish line, it's like, eh. And since we've already crashed, because I just noticed it's already crashed, might as well just commit to the crash. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah, there's the crash. Let's put this under... Correct, Raskor. Good guess. You're the first person to guess why. I should probably take a drink, because that's how I'm staying hydrated today. Okay. What do I call that? Let's go with... Put an MSQ. Well, we'll get there, son. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Okay. All right. Let's get stuck in. Hopefully no more crashes, no more alt tabs. Really wish I didn't have to crash the whole game just to alt tab. That's just... okay.
It was during the Horus Heresy that the influence of chaos first drove...
No, I think you're right, Stumpy. I think that's exactly what it was. I think they were just trying to go for multiplayer focus and failed miserably at it. Just to be as blunt about that as I can. Holy crap, people. I'm... So, I don't want to talk too much about this because I'm not sure yet, but I'm willing to do a couple of other things for Dark Crusade. I'm not for Soulstorm. I don't think I'm willing to do much for Soulstorm other than just kind of get on with it. Because Soulstorm is Soulstorm. I was so disappointed. I fell in love with Dark Crusade, right? I just fell right into it immediately. Just, oh my god, this is so great, and this is exactly the kind of RTS gameplay I was looking for, and oh wow, that was fast. Other way, turn around, turn around. And then, and Soulstorm came out, I was like, oh man, I bought that the day it came out. I was excited. Wow, that's a lot of Marines. This early in the map. Hi, we're the Necrons. What are you doing?
Blood.
Oh god, it's the demon from Vanilla. Maybe, I don't know. Actually, that'd be fun enough. Yeah, and then Sad Lore, exactly. I actually did play all the way through a single Soulstorm campaign as the Sisters of Battle, and that was it. Compared to Dark Crusade, where I've played through all the way through on several factions, and just replayed several factions a few times because it was just so fun. That's a good question, Not-Zero. Unfortunately, I don't have a definitive answer for you. The current plan is to do episode by episode, which means obviously it'll be releasing a little bit quicker than, you know, once every few months kind of a deal. But it's not, that's not in stone yet, which is why I hesitate to commit to that. Just gonna march a little bit, try to stooge. Go with this group. The Guard are awesome. Orcs, Guard, and Necrons are probably my three favorite factions. Just in general. God, this takes a while. I can't really stand playing as Chaos for what is probably the dumbest possible reason. I just like their barks and their gross factor. Also, I legitimately don't like the design of the units, but that's unrelated. Yeah, I also don't play Dark Eldar. I will have to show off Dark Eldar. It's my job. But... correct, I've never played the Dawn of War 2 expansions. I'm actually looking forward to them. I rather enjoyed Dawn of War 2 Vanilla. So, we'll see what we think of that. Come on, build more units for me to kill.
Go, go, go!
I need to kill more of your units. need to kill like another 80 people. Could you make more things, please? I mean, I like a good squad-based RTS. In fact,
you must kill more of them.
They're actually really rare. Especially a good squad-based RTS. The original reason I fell in love with Myth was specifically because of the unique idea of having a fully squad-based RTS. I was into it. Okay, they're not even scratching me. They're not even scratching the paint. Pain is blood. I mean... What? The pleasure barge.
Yes. Just a few souls more.
That voice actor sounds very familiar. Is that what's-his-face again? Like, that wouldn't surprise me if that's him again. Okay, so let's set up some defenses for when I have to defend this spot. Let's start pulling back. Let's pull back, pull back, pull back. By the way, if you're wondering why there's no music, it's because I loaded a save. I wish I was joking about that, but that's just how this game is. It's fine, Loke. It's just a Necron. Ah! Fine, you can kill them. Nah, this mission isn't going to last more like a second. Jesus. I need to be careful. I don't want to win too quickly. Quick, quick, quick. Oh god, here comes more enemies. No, no. They're going to die and win the mission for me. They're like, oh, we may not be able to kill you, but we'll terminate your mission early. Yeah, Necron Lords are ridiculous. It's honestly probably the actual best hero unit in this game. As much as I like Gorguts, and let's be clear, I do. I'm pretty sure the Necron Lord is, like, pound for pound, just a better unit. And we win. Damn it.
The power of the Blood God shall be yours.
No. Oh well. We win. Fury. Can we attack again now? We totally can. Okay, hang on, let's grab a save. Yeah, like, as much as I love the Necrons, they are a bit overtuned. That's just how it is. Yeah, 140 to 1. How did I lose a single unit in that map? So, I guess we're going to just push against the guard, because that's kind of where we're at here. So, yeah, let's do it. Okay, so let's try to get some investment going here. Some build-up, although we probably won't need it, but they might attack us next turn, so I would like something. So let's get some power going. Yeah, we'll just chill for a minute. Relax, you know, do some stretching. Yeah, and then one more. There we go. Okay, super stretch, super stretch. Hi, Reggie. Okay. Looks like we have several entrances to our base this time around. Yeah, this is not... Oh, yeah, we got 3 entrances to the base. This is not super defensible. Caroline? Oh, that's a good question. I was thinking yellow, but I'm going to trust your decision, Evo, because you have better visual and aesthetic sense than I do. Yellow would be classic Black Mage, though, is why I was saying that. Like, Google image search FF Black Mage really quick, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, you're right, son. I guess that explains it. I noticed, Eva. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say I noticed. I assumed? Maybe it wasn't there. We'll be back. We're just gonna build up a little bit. Just a little. Just a little, you know. Just a lot. Just, I want... Sometimes, if I really felt like being cheeky, I would deliberately not kill an enemy until I had claimed the entire map. So that when the next... You know, so if I ever get attacked there, I'd be like, alright, you now control the entire map. Congratulations. Yes, it is all my fault. As it should be. Go ahead and get a core going. Get a core going! I never did that, Reggie. I'm not even sure that would work. Resurrection protocols have been engaged. And that's what I think of that. I just look up and there's just smears of blood. I don't even see whatever caused them originally. There's just smears of blood up here. Yep. He's got that. Moving on. Let's go ahead and do this. Because there's actually a decent chance we'll be attacked in this spot next turn. We're going to go ahead and kind of prepare for that. Hey, remember when the Tau commander was getting his ass handed to him by Gorguts? This is kind of the flip side of that. Like, hi, I'm the Necron commander, and you're the frickin' commissar. There's one way this is going to go. Just so you know. Keep running. No, let him run. Let him run. Let him run. Let him run. I'm gonna pull back a little. It's okay, there's no one around to see it, Raskor, so he doesn't have to shoot himself. That'd be funny. I am a dereliction of duty! Nobody gains a morale bonus. But it's okay, because his life was for the Emperor. More or less, literally. Okay. So now we're gonna scooch. Let's be thorough. Let's be thorough. Yeah, the Emperor gains a morale bonus. Thousands of light years away, on the throne, the Emperor's just like... Just starts smiling, you know? Aha. I think the Emperor's cool with everything that's going on here. What are they, orcs, Dr. Winter? Let's go ahead and get some more energy. Can always use more energy. Listen, Evo, it's really easy for him to smile. He just commands his tech priests to come up while they're in the middle of shoveling people into him like coal into a furnace and like creak the mouth up, and you can just hear the bones cracking and the skin going as he's cracking it up, you know, but it's okay. It's a smile. I am aware of it, Loke. I'm not a fan, but I am aware of it, yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this. Let's just tech as quickly as we can. I've heard a lot of theories, Shadow Machine, but I've never heard that one. That's a good one. I like that. I need 350. We got that. We got that. I feel bad for the psychers they shove into him like coal. Maybe I'm the weirdo there. I don't know. We need to make sure we have a GPS. I mean, be honest, do you remember the days before GPS? Because I do. When I was first moving across country, and by first I mean like my 8th or so time, I was driving a massive U-Haul with a car behind it. And I mention that because that means turning around is a carefully planned out procedure. It's not the kind of thing you just do, right? So that was a whole thing. So let's send you here. Let's send you here. You go solo these guys. So, yeah, I not only had to use an actual physical map, but I was going off of directions that a person gave to me. And I don't know if you know how that works, but I'll just lay it out for you. Because person directions can be anywhere from good to absolutely terrible, depending pretty much entirely on the person. This person in question also did not have a particularly large amount of familiarity with the area in question. So that, I'm not going to give you a play-by-play. Let's just say that I spent the better part of a morning being completely turned around and lost. And having no idea where I am. Who's doing the grenade shot? I mean, I was already in my 30s at this point, Bragan, so this was not my first time being in a strange place, having no idea where I was going or what I was doing. I think we might be about to lose the Necrolord. So that these guys can get there quickly enough. Go, Immortals! Get up there! This one, let's set up a turret here. Doing a kill animation. The Immortals take some fire here. Now they're ignoring me. That's just insulting. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Why are you in front? Get back. Get behind. Get behind. Okay, so now that that's settled. Ish. You're still building. You're not actually doing anything. Go up here. I had a 386, 33. No, I had a 46, 383. Excuse me. God damn it. Really? Really? Okay, back off, back off. Back off. Back off. Zero, not zero. Have some good Mass Effect. Happy Easter. Enjoys. I remember the turbo button. So let's go ahead and delete that. Also about to lose the Lord finally, but that's actually okay-ish. That's an interesting question, Christmas, which I don't really have an answer for. I'm back at full health. Jesus. I don't think anybody can really control anything in the war. Not really. That's true, Roman cure. Tyranids can silence the warp, that is true. Well, I'm not actually sure of the specifics. Energy. You always gotta have more energy. Always more energy. Also want to get this going. So put that in place for next time. I'm gonna laugh I've been doing all this prep work and they're not even gonna attack. See you around, Rascor. You have a good weekend. You wouldn't like it if you didn't have a good weekend. Which I suppose is redundant, but I stand by it, damn it. So, these are the final... These are hero upgrades, which is awesome, by the way. Okay, let me get some things going so while I'm talking. I could be... Showcase... Really? You realize that's not going to work, right? Back off, back off. Let him take it, let him take it. They're actually spreading pretty far. I have let them go too far out of hand. We can fix that. We can fix everything. The Necrons are definitely pro-Microsoft. I don't know why, it's just their thing. Don't ask me. Okay, so you're doing this. Right, so Necrons, so you can build these things. They each give different stuff to the... Yes, I know, John. They give different stuff to your Necron lords, so we can give them the ability to strike terror, periodically do massive photon bursts, which also blinds and reveals stuff. Lightning Field, which is sort of exactly what it sounds like. Veil of Darkness, which is sort of what it sounds like. Phase Shifter, not super fun of that. Resurrection Orb, definitely going with that. The Chronometron, which is another active out-of-phase thing. And, of course, the Phylactery, which is the other one we're going to go with. I think we'll go with the Lightning Field for third. Yes, I love how the Immortals, despite being an anti-vehicle group, are more than capable of killing normal things. because they're Necrons. Let's just call that what it is. They're Necrons. I should have one more coming. Is it up here? Ah, there they are. There they are. Stomp our way over here. This. What are you building? What do I still need in town? I need an energy pole. Yeah, I might as well grab that while we're at it. That's right. You go ahead and build a thing. Oh, you can't because you're up there. Right. So start heading over to the other defense spot. I mean, I know, I've played this as the Necrons on hard. It is actually pretty mean. Here, go deal with that. I didn't even start using the swift moving groups until I started playing on hard. Not really. We can also summon the essence of the Nightbringer. I suppose we should at least show that off. Is that everything? Oh, we can get a thermo going. Or we could, but there aren't any, so never mind. Yeah, that's everything. So they're done. I think most of our stuff is upgraded. Checkinating. I don't know if it keeps if you keep relics. Might as well grab these relics just for the hell of it. Where's my other warriors? Oh, there. No, I know, Jungle. You know I've played this game before, right? I'm grabbing that, I'm grabbing that. So that's everything? I mean, I could get the Lord Destroyer. I've heard that I play video games, but I think it's honestly a rook. Don't believe the propaganda. Hello, Dakota. Happy Easter, I suppose. A little early, but I won't be streaming tomorrow. Let's sweep over here. We done? We're done. Scooch down here. Really? Okay, well, I was gonna leave this one alone. For the Emperor! Witness your doom, as he says. These morons. Alright. Grab that. What the heck's a weak end, Evo? Oh, the part of you that's weak. I get it. Do I think Warhammer would benefit if the Emperor would just die? I'm gonna defer to the crowd on that one, who knows this setting better than I do. I feel like the answer to that's probably yes, but probably no, depending on how you define it. I mean, I want to get rid of the warps. What the hell do I know? do like Eyes of Terror. As it happens, do not like chaos. Ah, that's what's going on. Okay. Cheeky. Yeah, no, they probably enjoy the status quo too much to do anything, like, actually change any factions in a meaningful or significant way. That's not really a dig. I mean, it kind of is a dig. Let's go ahead and do this while we're sitting here waiting for this. Perfect! That's exactly what I was going for. Wait. You got this, buddy! Come on! Come on! Up, yep, up, okay. He didn't get that, buddy. Destroyers build fast, too. I was joking, Evo. Besides, you've read her lines. You know she's not original. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yeah, I've actually heard the theory, or legend, or whatever you want to call it, that the Emperor dying would actually be a good thing because then he'd be able to reincarnate or manifest in the warp or come back or do anything, basically. Instead of just sitting there on the throne being the GPS. I don't know if I buy into that, I just thought I'd share it. Hi, Tim. Yavin 4 now. Didn't get a chance to ask. Sure, but not on camera, as usual. And no, I haven't had time, before you ask. I know you just want to destroy any possibility I have of having time in my life, but I do have other things to do other than my job. I'm sorry. Aw. Oh, whatever, we won. Yay. Enter. Not really, Evo. So are we getting attacked like I predicted? They didn't attack us. Wow. Okay. What's this one? Oh my god. Yeah, no, that'd be fun. Sure, we'll move for that. Why not? We might as well sweep a little. Ugh. Of the campaigns I've played for Dawn of War 2 so far, what was the best? Well, I've only really played 2. And that would be 1 and Vanilla. Or excuse me, Vanilla and Winter Assault. So Winter Assault kind of sucked. Vanilla was actually pretty legit. Oh, speaking of which, I have to share a theory Pax came up with last night. It's the theory of the curse of threes. Okay, here's how this works, alright? So, Homeworld 1, great game, right? It certainly has its flaws, but it nails it and is definitely a big net positive. Then there's Homeworld Cataclysm, which is great, made by a different studio, but that's whatever. But then there's Homeworld 3, aka Homeworld 2, which turbo sucked on several levels. Then, Homeworld 4, which is Deserts of Karak, was good again. Now, hang on. So, Dawn of War 1, good. Dawn of War 2, good. Dawn of War 3, Company of Heroes 1, good. Company of Heroes 2, good. Company of Heroes 3. Think about it. No, just Relic games, Django. Just Relic games. Because this actually is even true in another area, because Relic only made one Age of Empires game. And that's Age of Empires 4. And it's a good game. So all of their 3s are bad, and all of their 4s are good. So what we need is we need Relic to make a Dawn of War 4, and it'll be a good game again. Okay, what am I doing? I guess I'm just attacking the Honor Guard. Yeah, let's do it. I'm not really joking. If you actually look at Relic games, just Relic games, the 1s and 2s are okay. The 3s all suck. And the 4s are all good. It's just weird. Now, if they do make a Company of Heroes 4 or a Dawn of War 4 and it's not good, then that'll disprove the theory. Super interesting map, isn't it? We'll put you up there. Well, they didn't make Age of Empires 1 or 2 or 3 either, Loner. But they made Age of Empires 4, which, good game. So, nope, I am super right. Whether they make the game or not, all that matters is that they're not making the 3rd in a series, and they are making the 4th in a series. That was fast. Hi. Ping to you, Flag End. A lesson a publisher or developer eventually learned, but learned too late. THQ! I don't know, I can't think of anything. I mean, 2.5s are niggles anyways, so that's whatever. There it is. Yeah, I guess like DLC would qualify. Where's my other... Oh, it's still coming out. Yeah, those initial... The rush gameplay is real in this one, for better or for worse. Which group are you? Stop! God damn it, you! Just be you and run! Stop standing there! God damn it. A great game that went bankrupt anyways. You know what? Okay. Of course, now I can't think of the name of it. The Flargity Bloog. That counts. Oh god, I can't think of what it's called. Salvatore did some world building for it. It caused some issues with the state of Rhode Island. I can't think of the name of the damn game. It's a good game. Kingdoms of Amalur. That's the one. The intended prequel to an MMO that will never be made at this point. So the Necrons... working out okay-ish with the Necrons. We got this, we got this. They're, probably being too cautious, but that's normal for me. Yeah, it was a flop, and there were other issues related there, too. What can you do? Oh, they're super momentum focused. Like once you get the tide going, the Necrons just move forward. A little slow, but, you know, inexorable, I think is the word I'd use there. You're very thematically on point. Actually, why don't you head up here? Like that. Yeah, I still think we're getting a Beyond Good and Evil 2. At this point? Oh yeah, then there's Shenmue 3, which I've heard nothing good about whatsoever. I kind of don't want to ever play it. So that's probably a dud. Like, honestly, if you said, oh yeah, Shenmue 4 is coming out, I'd be like, okay. And?
Space Marines attack!
Okay. Oh, you mean them, not me. Hi. Nice building you got there. I mean, I'm not going to repeat the same thing I've said about Half-Life 3 70,000 times. So all I'll say on that front is I would be flat astonished if Beyond Good and Evil 2 ever comes out at all. Because there's some behind-the-scenes stuff going on there, too. Like, Ubisoft has, and this is not a joke, literally changed their green light procedure because of Beyond Good and Evil. Again, not a joke. Okay, I'm gonna make a guess. I think we're wrong. Nah, we're wrong. We're wrong. We're gonna fall out. Riverdale? What's Riverdale? Would be my answer to that question. And by sheer virtue of not having information on it, I'd have to look into it. CW show. Well, then I don't think I've seen any of those, so... no idea. I mean, it's not like we have to just cover good shows, but you also have to consider that shows take up a much larger real-time block than everything else. Like, if we commit to covering a bad show that's 3 seasons long, that could be like a couple years of committing to watching a bad show every weekend. So, stuff to be kept in mind. It's one of the reasons why I asked Mr. Red to pull back on his plans for the Donkey Kong Country show. It's like, do you really want us to cover that for that long a period of time? Well, I guess the Emperor didn't protect. I'm finally capped on those. grab that? Yes, we did. Let's go do this. Let's set up some basic defenses. Yeah, I saw that guy here. So we're running out of places where the enemy could be. In fact, there's only really 2 nodes left. Unless they're actually right next to me, which would be really funny. I'll probably talk about the Mario movie. I don't think I'll do a full anything on it, but I'll probably talk about it at some point. Over here. And I love the speed difference between the Lord and the rest of the group. Look at him. Look at him. Wait for us, Lord. The Lord's like, I ain't got time. I got this. I'm trying to think if I can ask how, without spoilering, how off the rails it's gone. Okay, this is really close. Come back here, come back here. Give me a Wraith. The biggest compliment I keep hearing about the D&D movie is that it's not a D&D movie, it's a Forgotten Realms movie. In a good way. And I've heard that over and over and over, and honestly, I kind of agree with the mentality, whether it's true or not. Because D&D only has so much meat on its bones, really. But Forgotten Realms, that's a fairly large, well-fleshed out, if a bit flawed, of a setting. There's a lot to do with the Forgotten Realms movie. Okay, so let's get our Greater Core going. Boop. Send the Wraith out. Where the hell are they? Well, that's sort of my point, Loner, is that they don't... The idea of... the economy, Tim. The idea of doing a D&D movie is one that's been approached several times. Remember, this is not the second D&D movie. There have been several. And most of the time, they're just D&D. There's no setting, right? They're not setting it in Greyhawk. They're not setting it in Ravenloft. It's just D&D. And so, if they're going to set it in any setting, you know, Forgotten Realms is probably one of the better picks. Like it or not. Even though there are arguably better settings out there. Where are they? This is getting weird. Aha! Okay, fair. If you want to do a horror D&D movie, then you got Ravenloft. Although, granted, that could work in several other settings as well. But I appreciate the point. That's good. Get that one up. And that. Oh, what else can we set up? Let's go ahead and get a archive going. But yeah, Forgotten Realms is the setting everybody knows, like it or not. I actually forgot to set up the question bot this morning. That's on me. Sorry. So, that's why I've been trying to answer questions immediately. You probably haven't noticed. Are you just chilling there? Jesus Christ. A Planescape movie would probably be a better weird movie than Doctor Strange was. It just got back up. That's gonna suck, right? Alright, we finally killed it. It took us several minutes and half our mags, but we killed it. It gets back up. No! Damn it! Quit it! I'm gonna upgrade the thing just to be mean about it. The Wraith's just like, what? Oh no, you've killed me. Oh. Damn you. Well, this is an interesting situation.
This is the judgment of the righteous, scum!
Space Marines!
We're gonna speed this up a little bit. No, you're fine, Tim. It's just, like I said, the bot's not up. So if you want to ask, like, a large-scale question... I could buy that, Evo. I've seen several things like that. I honestly wouldn't qualify those things as weird. I mean, I know what you mean. But when I use the word weird... I'm kind of specifically referring to a particular brand of nonsense. Unusual with logic is fine, right? Okay, let's go get you and you. Okay. Since we can attack again, we're just gonna keep it going.
Once a thriving industrial center, by the beginning of the Dark Crusade, the Vandian coast had fallen into disuse. Some factories in the cities were still operational, but other great underground refineries languished under the sands of the coast, long since abandoned as unnecessary by the planet's Tau masters. Whoever gained control of the coast would enjoy a powerful advantage for the rest of the crusade. With such potent manufacturing facilities, field commanders could requisition more weapons than their foes.
Okay. You know, that might actually be it to go ahead. I was thinking about that earlier. Because, yeah, generators is almost always one of the first things I go for. Listen, Riverdale can't possibly be worse than Velma, right? Right? Don't shatter my dreams. Shouldn't be Quantum, but if it sounds weird or warbly, just hit refresh. No, Jordan. I might actually veto Velma. Either that or just let it get on the list and then never get funded. Because that's probably what would happen. I sincerely doubt enough people would put interest towards something like Velma. No offense to anyone who likes it. That's not the idea here. Just... some shows are probably never happening. Even if I don't veto them.
Space Marines, attack!
See, that's crazy talk, Evo. Nobody wants to actually watch a reviewer enjoy something. Just I hate to waste the energy. Yeah, if Shadow Machine wins the lottery, then I'm screwed. Farscape is something that might happen someday, but it's not funded yet. Right now, the upcoming shows are, in no particular order, Arcane, Clone Wars Season 7, Tangled, the show, Bad Batch, Andor, and The Mandalorian, I believe. Say nothing about negative things about FF6. The boss designs in FF6 are honestly lackluster. It's one of the worst aspects of the overall combat strata in FF6. Similarly, the art style for the units, that is to say the enemy designs, is actively ugly to the point where it bothers me that it's on my screen sometimes. There's too many encounters. The encounter rate is entirely too high for a game that doesn't actually require it on any level. So instead it just becomes straight padding. It's 3, so... Yeah, completing some of the... There's some 100%ing stuff in FF6 which is just awful. Like the Velt. The Velt is a perfect example of a legitimately great idea that is terribly implemented, because I love the concept of the Velt. And with a few relatively minor changes, the Velt could actually be a great feature. Instead, it's a boring slogfest. Oh yeah, Book of Boba Fett, I believe, is very close to being funded as well. A lot of Star Wars shows. Lore Shock. I don't mind the Magicide bonuses thing, actually. I don't consider that a negative. I love FF6 more than any other game, even games that score higher than it. I still think the enemy designs are damned ugly. The problem is they're mono designs. It's the same problem we had in FF5, and for essentially the same reason. It's just gross. He's not a good artist, so we have gross on top of a bad artist. Excuse me, I shouldn't say that. I don't like Amano's art. There are some people who do like Amano's art. I am not one of them. We here at the Lore Walkers are tolerant of people liking Amano's art. For some reason. Doing a Zerg rush with the Necrons is actually possible. We could try that out one of these. We're not going to do it this one, obviously. I don't know, Evo. I think you at least understand the concept of feet. And faces that are not... Faces, as opposed to face. And more than one hair color, while we're on the subject. I thought this was the Marines, not the Guard, Jungle. A little bit, yeah, Quantum. A little bit. I mean, I believe you, Jungle. I believe you. Maybe. Let's see, I would probably agree with that, Scion. Like, I'm not sure any game is going to surpass D3. I've got 2 games that might. FF6 is not one of those 2 games. FF6 is a brilliant game that I can only come up with like 3 negatives right off the top of my head. So that's going to be a cavalcade of positives. But I still don't think it's just going to have the density and the length required to beat the big ones. Oh, God. Do we need that? We do. Might as well scooch out a little bit. Just a little. Just a little. I mean, I was debating this is the last time we reviewed FF6, which was not under the current system, but still. There's a point in FF6 where there's just this great feeling of relief, and I can tell you the exact point it's at, because it's when I get the Moogle Charm, which is the thing that removes enemy encounters. And that alone is pretty much the perfect indicator that the encounter rate is just too high. Good morning, Narset. Happy Easter. I don't know if they speed up the building as Necrons, but whatever. Fun fact, FF6 Pixel Remaster will pretty much objectively be the highest scoring version of FF6 we have. Because in addition to all the other factors that are coming along with it, like the graphics and the music, there's also the fact that you will be able to turn off random encounters. Yeah, I think we actually just lost the mission.
The Emperor guides my blade. The Emperor guides my blade. The enemies of man cannot stand before us.
Wait, combat's optional in Mega Man 8? Holy crap. Well, shoot, they brought the land speeders. You know what that means. They fly now. Oh no, I'm totally gonna win. As soon as I pushed back the attack, I was good. I'm generating so much power, I'm gonna finish the objective in like a few seconds here at this point.
Forgive me.
Yeah, see? Ooh, war gear. I like how almost everything increases health. Hello, my Kamano. Do not be confused. I mean, we already got the mask. Yeah, stealth detection is stealth detection. Let's go with the shroud. Doesn't even look different. That's a good question, Mike Kamano. We've been streaming for 2.5 hours now. So... WTF, I believe, is the saying. So will we be attacked?
Let's get out of here.
No. Interesting. So where's the ever-important spaceport? There it is. Yeah, what is Twitch doing? Good question. Well, let's hit the spaceport.
For much of the Dark Crusade, great fleets plied the orbital lanes above the battlefields of Cronus, using their firepower to ground long-range flights. Guardsmen and heretic alike had to fight meter by bloody meter, with great battle fleets exchanging fire across the skies. Trench warfare seemed an immutable fact of life for commanders on the ground. All this changed with the Battle of Pavonis. This spaceport featured an ancient Adeptus Mechanicus tracking system merged with the alien technologies of the Tau Aircast. This system was sensitive enough to plot courses that avoided orbital fire, making strikes deep into enemy territory possible. A tech priest had discovered this technological marvel and left his servitors to examine it in detail. Whichever force was able to recover these bionic servants would gain control of the station and be able to launch strikes across Cronus.
What? Ah, right, okay, yep. So now we gotta rush, which is unfortunate. So this should be interesting. Congrats, Evo. Yep. Northeast. Got it. Join me, Servitor. Join me.
Human is a crude melding of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information. Bring it to the monolith. The Scarabs are analyzing the human hybrid, but we require more of them.
Today is a Saturday, I'm pretty sure. There's some... Okay, I know you can't see it literally, Michelano, but we have a scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. I'm hesitant to do that, but we'll do it just this once. No. Opposite. There we go.
The living have recovered a servitor. Do not let them savor their petty victory.
Okay, so he just goes back on his own. I was wondering. Wait, really, Evo? Is that even allowed?
Do not let them savor their petty victory.
That's fine.
System failure.
Probably Type 3B skeleton? There's several Lord of the Rings RTS games, and I can never remember which is which, but I've only played one of them. So I don't know which one it is. No, I agree. Strategy in general is a good pick for Lord of the Rings. And Star Wars, another franchise that doesn't really have any good
That
strategy games.
human is a crude melting of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information. Bring it to the monolith.
There have been several Star Wars RTSs, and they all kind of suck. Empire at War's kind of its own thing. Although, I would argue strongly that Empire at War...
Scarabs are analyzing the human hybrid, but we require more of them. Have recovered a servitor. Do not let them savor their petty victory.
Is better as a modding platform than it is as an actual game by itself, like a standalone. But that's just me. I've always been rather disappointed by Empire at War.
The living have recovered a servitor. Do not let them savor their petty victory.
I will admit the Total War series is a series I've always wanted to like and never have.
Is a crude melding of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information. Bring it to the monolith.
Having said that, the first Total War game I actually really enjoyed was Warhammer 2. We'll see what I think of Warhammer 3, hopefully in about a week. Yes, Necron's actually talking. It's kind of weird, really.
That human is a crude melding of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information. Bring it to the monolith.
I feel like they want me to bring it to the monolith. I'm not sure. It's just a vibe I'm getting.
Eliminating targets.
The Scarabs are analyzing the human hybrid, but we require more of them.
Oh, that's fine.
The Scarabs are analyzing the human hybrid, but we require more of them. That human is a crude melding of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information. Bring it to the monolith.
I think I should bring it to the monolith. I don't think so, D20 Archon. Correct. Period. You know, speaking as someone who was more positive about Battlefront 2 EA than most people, it was still a pretty threadbare game. Of course, the only reason I was positive about it at all was because of the campaign, which was decent. Which, you know, it's sad when the nicest thing I can say about it is that it was decent.
The Scarabs are analyzing the human hybrid, but we require more of them. That human is a crude melding of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information.
Bring it!
To the monolith.
Yeah, it was also our first real look at... In fact, I gave a negative for the mere fact that Operation Cinder existed in the game. Or, to be more accurate, I gave a negative for it being a plot point of the game. But you get the point. Negative to story, Operation Cinder. Why a negative? I don't know how to answer that. Because it's really dumb, and it detracts from Star Wars as a whole. And it's a major plot point of the game, so... The Operation Tinder, very different. You don't want to get into that. That's just a mess. Palpatine was getting desperate when he had launched Operation Tinder. Wait, you can have platonic friends? What? Hold on. Back up. You lost me. I think you're right, Django. That's why we got a scout going. Correct, stacked out. Definitely coming from here somewhere. No, don't. God damn it, game. Stop doing that. Go on, Mr. Worker. Show me where you're coming from. Oh, there we go. Found him.
That human is a crude melding of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information.
Bring it!
To the monolith.
Christ. Come on, Necrons. Stop being audio spammy. I know everyone else is doing. All the cool kids are doing it. You don't have to be like them. You can forge your own path.
is a crude melding of flesh and metal, but it contains valuable information. Bring it to the monolith.
No, not again. Not again. Okay, I didn't say it again. Whew.
The living have recovered a servitor. Do not let them savor their petty victory.
What's about that? Are you coming? God damn.
You can't kill what you can't see.
I don't like horror games, so no, Type 3B skeleton. Although, some people would disagree on specific definitions, because we have streamed things like, for example...
Have recovered a servitor. Do not let them savor their petty victory.
Because, for example, we have streamed Dead Space 2 and Resident Evil 2R. And, Outer Wilds. Yeah, that would qualify. I think one of the Silent Hills is on the list. I forget which. Silent Hill 2 had to be axed from the list because we couldn't get a streamable copy going.
Have recovered a servitor. Do not let them savor their petty victory. We have all we need. Our purge continues unabated.
Now we have the spaceport. Ho, ho, ho. The living have recovered. Okay. Are we gonna get attacked this turn?
Victory is our fate.
The Contra will crush them. In town, I am strong.
Oh my god, we're getting attacked. I'm in shock. We're not hitting on... Never hit auto-resolve in these. It's always the worst possible idea. But now I can show off. Check it out! We got a whole base ready to go. Isn't that cool? Look, defenses and everything. Alright, charge! This is the one I spent all that time setting up, too. That's hysterical. So, yeah, we're gonna make some laid ones. For reasons that'll be obvious in a moment. And then some destroyers. Go! I'll get some upgrades while we're here. So let's see, we're gonna grab that, that, and that, as our usual. This is downright speedy for a Necron. Look at that. Again, Silent Hill 2 was just a game we couldn't get streamable. The only copy we could get streamable was that terrible, terrible remaster. You know the one. That's not great. Hi. Flayers, or flayed ones, excuse me, against the Imperial Guard. Mm. 5,000 kills in a single battle. I'm not sure I've ever gotten that. Total, maybe. I can see that happening. Oh, wow. And if you think about it, imagine you're just walking along. You're the Imperial Guard's like, alright, we need to take this land, man. For the Emperor. And then this one lone dude walks up. That's the Lord. He's racing, like sprinting across the terrain towards you, and it's just like, okay. And then out of the ground, these things just pop up, covered in various red giblets. So silly. Oh, there's the base. Peekaboo. We were building our base over that. That's fine. So yeah, this is why I bothered to spend the time building up this, because victory. Just swept. Okay, so I don't see kills being kept track of. You lied to me! I have been lied to. Let's see, does anything increase movement speed? Because that would be very funny. Yeah, oh well. Let's go and get health regen on this guy. Let's just tank it up. Let's tank cron it up. So I can attack there. This one? Why? Okay. We can do it. I'm into it. Okay. AI Eldar is going to be irritating is what it's going to be. So, let's get going, shall we? remember this map. So far, yes, Eternus. So far, I'm enjoying myself more than I probably should be. Maybe it's because I'm playing Necron. Maybe it's because it's Dark Crusade. Maybe it's because I'm not having the worst day in the universe. I don't know. There's probably something going on somewhere here. I'll see you around, Evo. I'm sorry. I will miss your presence. I've heard a rumor, Reggie. Speaking of which, I should take some headache medicine because I am kind of blinking a little bit here. Sorry for the flickering while I take medicine. You know what? Sure, go ahead and turn around. Kill her. Just kill her. Just kill her. Okay, so you're doing that. You're doing that. I want you... You scooch forward. Grab that. We don't need too many defenses on this map, I imagine. But we might get attacked by the Eldar, so we're going to build up a little bit. So we have something going on. By the way, holy crap, that initial 1,000 power is ridiculous on the Necrons. I'm sure I did that back in the day, but that never really processed properly until you said something. I think it was you, Django, who mentioned that. That's stupid. Yeah, you just start every mission with 1,000 power. Okay! Sure! Like, I think we've already, as of this moment, hit critical mass on this freaking faction. I might have to keep using flayed ones at this point. Because holy crap. So, build up. Build up. They're still grabbing, they're still building. And meanwhile, my increasingly tanky Tankcron is just like, hi! How are you? Things. Let's go get this going. Let's go ahead and scooch forwards. They're still building power plants like you do. I'm not sure, but I'm definitely going to give at least one positive for viscerality for the Necrons, because holy crap. In fairness, a lot of races deserve viscerality positives. We're going to have to figure out some part and parceling as we go. You know what, honestly? Don't even. Get up there. Demonstrate that a little bit. Like, there's just a lot of weight to it, too. It's not like the Necrons are the only ones with that. The Orcs have some great stuff. The Guard has some great stuff. Whoops. Let's get that. Let's grab some more power. Never have too much power. That's true in real life, too. Yeah, the sync kills, I've seen several. I've kind of not been focusing on them, but they're legit. Defenses. Let's do... Let's just set up a wall here. Right there, right there. And you... make that happen. More power? Holy crap! Okay, well, how we doing? Yep, okay, so... Gotta upgrade fast. Upgrade, go. Okay. Oh, Jesus. The newest breed of Necron. Pariahs are a revolting combination of Necron metal and human flesh. Each swipe of a Pariah's war scythe slows the target's movement speed and lowers maximum health. Oh my god! This effect remains until the Pariahs are eliminated. Going. Upgrade, go. All the upgrades, go. Necrons aren't OP. What are you talking about? What you, look. You're seeing things. Oh, we have our pariahs ready. And by pariahs, I mean whoever these guys are. Leaders, I think. Hi. So you remember your ancient nemesis from the ages before? Well, hi. That's me. Hi, I'm your ancient nemesis. So anyways, they're dead. Now we can attack somewhere else. There you go, let's reinforce really quick. Okay, so... yeah, time for the second war in heaven, exactly. You've played Stellaris, right? You know what's coming. Okay, so I don't know if I really care about any of the rest of the bonuses. Let me poke around for a second. There's not many left. We could do increased manpower just for the thrill of it. Just to be like, wee hee hee. We could also just start knocking over strongholds. Like, honestly, we're probably ready for that. Yeah, you mentioned the map filters. I know there's that. There's us. And there's everything. And there's normal. I don't know what other filters there are. Stop flickering. Oh, that gives us bulwark. Reduces cost of garrisoning. Yeah, that's true. Tau seems like they're going straight for Space Marines. That's a valid point. So maybe we should just hit the Tau. Oh, we can't. Oh, right, because you can't spaceport strongholds. Okay. That's a hell of an honor guard. That's a mean honor guard. But I think we can manage that if I just have to play a little more quickly than I'm comfortable doing. So... hi, Juniper Smash. Sorry again about yesterday. Okay, screw it. Let's go for it. We saved anyways. Let's get a little bit of an honor guard going. They're not an honor guard. We don't have an honor guard. Okay, I know this map. I know this map. Go up here, go up here. Really, Django? That sounds like another positive to me. Okay. 2. Let's just get going. Just get going. Just get going. Yeah, here they come. I was gonna say, I know they're gonna come immediately because they've got a force, so they're gonna charge immediately. Fortunately, I am tanky as crap right now. And I've brought a couple people. Yeah, ARAM. ARAM. No re. So, do we have 4? We do. 3. Over here. Do this. And you'll be 2. God, my strategies are actually changing on the fly. This is wild. Okay. Obviously, though, the one strategy that never changes. We must have power. All the power. How we doing? We're doing okay. Charge. Charge the base. Charge the base. Go, 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 go. I'm gonna let them not charge the actual headquarters, because I kind of want to build up a little bit. Just a little, you know, just for fun. Let's get a couple things going. That's done. I like to think of it as a great sweeping tide of green and black, just washing over the planet. Why are you running? Stop running from me! I mean, it makes sense, Eternus. At a certain point, you're gonna have a lot of advantages, and there's not a lot of ways to prevent seesawing in a game like this. Like, it's harder than it sounds to design a game that actually combats that kind of snowball effect. Possible. Comeback mechanics are a thing, and it's really easy to screw them up. really easy. Just really not. Nobody wants to play a game annoyed, you know what I mean? Well, okay. Some people do because they play Dark Souls, but other people... I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke. I apologize. Yeah, you're right, Roman Cure. We have been just sweeping the pacing. Granted, I did turn it down to easy, but we were also playing on easy on the campaign, so that's not really a thing. Granted, the easy mode is better designed in this one, so I suppose that's valid. But the point being, we... taking that spaceport and taking that 1,000 power was just like, alright. And we're playing as the Necrons. Like, I'm not trying to brag, that's not the intent here. This is just silly. Are they dead? Never mind. Okay. Well then, let's reinforce. Let's not reinforce with anything, never mind. Well, we can afford one of those guys. Accept. And turn. What do you got? Okay, Space Marines. Never hit auto-resolve. Never hit auto-resolve. Okay. Where's my dude? Where's my dude? Where's my dude? Where's my dude? Dude? Do I not have a hero here? I do not. Okay, that's interesting. Well, whatever. This is a map we sort of started building up. Yeah, actually, no. Do we have enough? We do. That's funny. What are we missing on this map? Do a little build-up while we're here in case we get attacked again. So let's get an energy core. Oh, that makes sense, Roman here. That makes sense. Where's my actual troops? Oh, there. Come to me, my minion. I wonder if, like, the other ones just get shipped in. How does Gorguts get here? Remember. There's gotta be something. Wow! Oh, I know, Stumpy. In fact, if we're being completely honest, we should probably give the auto-resolve a negative. Like we do in every case, because auto-resolves are very stupid in these games. Like, auto-resolve is just a thing, and for some reason developers seem to think that auto-resolve needs to have, like, a 90% chance to lose. We talked about that in Empire at War as well. And it'll show up in Total War games as well. Yeah, I think the North flank's fine. So, do you got anything else coming? Space Marines? No? Okay. Just wondering. Let's see. What else can we build? What else do we need to build? Other than nothing. Let's get some defenses going. Turrets are nice. I like turrets. A good auto-resolve? So an ideal auto-resolve, which, is, let's be clear, is probably never going to happen because of how insane this would probably be a situation in which the game actually literally runs a simulation based on unit stats and terrain and all that fun stuff. Now, I mention this because I have seen a form of auto-resolve that's not quite auto-resolve, where it'll essentially just run the battle for you. Like, the AI will take over your side, and then kind of fast-forward through the battle a little bit. So, you're still actually... There's stuff going on. There's strategy and tactics actually happening. Terrain matters, unit composition matters, etc., etc. Instead of just what most auto-resolves do, which is they look at very, very basic numbers that were assigned by the developers to each unit and be like, okay, who had the highest number? Oh, it's them. Okay, they win. And it's just like, really? Yes, keep leading me back to your base. inviting me to your base. You know you want to. Here's a Might and Magic was actually one of the things I was talking about, but I believe we had that in another game, and I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was, oh god, what was it? Sci-fi. It had a tactical layer and a strategy layer. Think of the name of it. Yeah, we can try to grab this. Why not? While we're here. See if they live long enough for us to do this. It is a reviewed game in the old system. We have streamed and done a review of it. It was a game Zalok put forward. And I remember being really disappointed because I was looking forward to it, and its campaign was honestly pretty crap. Well, I've heard good things about it, Soror, so that doesn't surprise me overmuch. No, they have a second base. So we're gonna have to figure that out. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna pull up my own website. I'm gonna make this happen right now. We're gonna do it. Get the flicker going on. Let's do it. Scroll down a bit to the archives page. Bug there, which I haven't figured out. I'll know it when I see the name of it, but I don't know the name of it, so I just gotta scroll through the whole list here. Age of Wonders Planetfall. That's the one. That's the one. Anyways, Age of Wonders Planetfall has a similar system. It's got the AI does things auto-resolve. Which isn't really like a true auto-resolve, like I said, but it's kind of a I don't feel like fighting this battle button. And let's be honest, philosophically, that's what the auto-resolve button means. It means, I don't feel like fighting this skirmish. Boop. Yeah, I heard Age of Wonders 4 is coming out soon. I hope that one's a good one. It wouldn't be, but you get my point. Let's just grab a few more spots while we're here. You know, do a little more reinforcement. Just for fun. Just for fun. You know, I know that the Imperials have this wonderful delusion that's kind of going around. I find myself wondering what is going through their heads as we're just slowly, inexorably be pushing them back. Like, they're just like, don't falter, men. We'll totally make it. We swear. It'll all be okay. Oh god, Empire at War probably has one of the worst auto-resolves I've ever seen. And the only reason I say it probably is because I have more experience with it. It's actually possible it's not the worst. I know I'm not the only person who has encountered plenty of strategy games where the auto-resolve is just crap. Okay, I've got 500 units and 6,000 troops. Auto-resolve. Okay, I lost 80% of my troops, but I did win. Okay. Anyone else want to attack me? Okay. Didn't we just do this? Oh no, that was Space Marines. Now the Guard are attacking me. Same spot, too. Oh no, never mind. This is this spot. Okay, where are we at? Where are we at? We don't have any defensive troops. Oh no! It's a good farm map, you know, I'm not even gonna argue that. Really. I'm just gonna chill here a minute while we get some troops going. Remember, never skip leg day. Let's go. Charge! Charge! Charge into likely enemy position. We'll have some reinforcements for you when you get there. Let's get some more energy generation going. Get some upgrades going. Early. It's true. Hi. So there's some viscerality for you. I'll just let you watch this for a second to kind of go across what I was talking about earlier. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. Just, hi. This is... I think I've made my point. What do we got here? So I need... I've already got those. Where's my destroyers? They're already here. Go, destroyers. Can I get another destroyer? I can get another destroyer. Oh, they're all dead. Next! Yeah, you ever have that feeling when you're the boss battle? Because we're the boss battle. What we're playing... We've actually talked about this concept before. We are currently playing a horror story from the perspective of the monsters that are inexorably advancing. We've done that in Stellaris, of all things, too. That's fun. Get up there, get up there. And, honestly, I think we're good otherwise. We don't really need a lot of upgrades for this mission. So, yeah. We're just gonna chill, you know. Take your time, you know. Absolutely destroy everything. We could show off the Avatar of Death. We haven't actually shown it off yet. Where is it? That's the... Asymmetrical is what you're thinking of, Michael. Asymmetrical games. There's actually quite a few of those. The problem is most of them suck, because most of them don't know how to balance it so both sides are fun, despite the asymmetry. Is it done? Yep. Okay, now I don't remember how to... Oh, it's just... I just do that. So they're probably right here, if it's like it was last time. So you hold back for a sec, just for a sec. Just stand there. Yep, here they are. Hi. So, listen. I know you're the guard and you're awesome, but... But I'm death. So... Yeah, but there's more to it than that, Stumpy, which I don't want to spoil here, but you know what I'm talking about if you played it. I love the Commissar who's just like, I got this! Keep firing, men! See? The essence of death itself fears us. You can tell because... Oh, God! Oh, God! It's okay. He served the Emperor. He's with the Emperor's light. Oh, my God! And it's a cooldown thing, obviously. Yeah, I know there's a lot of terrifying things in this setting, but holy crap. Anyways... Now we're going to have a bunch of giblet monsters rise up from the ground and attack their base.
Only in death.
War gear. Yes, more damage, more health. More health, more morale. Yes, yes, good. Actually, I think I will go for that one. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah. Okay, so. We have some options here. It's not a Warhammer game if we don't have pauldrons. I think we could probably knock over the Space Marines if we wanted to. And possibly the Guard. And just secure that entire squadron. Because I don't think any of the others are in any immediate danger. Except maybe the Orcs. And I'm not sure the Tau could take the Orcs. I don't know, what do you guys think? I mean, we have 2 attacks. Yeah, I'm a little hesitant to go after a stronghold right now. I remember the Tau stronghold being... I also remember the Chaos stronghold, but we talked about that. We might be able to knock over the... Hang on, where's our... We don't have much of an honor guard right now. Hang on. I agree, let's coin flip. Let's do it. Okay. That says the Tau. We actually can't attack the Tau. Oh, no, we can attack the Tau. Never mind. I'm right. What do we get here? What about here? Builder Scarabs, Warrior Squad. What's this one? Yeah, I think I agree with you, Roman Cure. Let's knock out... Let's save. Hang on, let's do that. Oh, that's a good point, Jongo. Let's save either way, because we're about to do something stupid. Because stronghold missions are much different than any of the skirmishes we've been just knocking over here. But we could get some pariahs down here. So we've got 3 things we could do. We could do pariahs, attack those Tau specifically to save the Orcs, and we could knock over the Space Marines. And I feel like the Space Marines are the least priority there. I'd rather be a little bit more built up, even though the Space Marine stronghold isn't super bad. So why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and get our pariahs going. We need some of our honor guard anyway, so let's get an immortal going while we're here. I don't think we're ready for the Tau, the Tau stronghold, Robin Gear. Because you're right. Let's not. So, let's go get us some pariahs, shall we? Start course, go. Let's start doing some build-up, because I anticipate Chaos is going to attack us here a couple of times while they wait for me to finish them off. Let's kind of do the usual. Come on. There you go. I just noticed that these aren't... The honor guard are not part of the population cap. Bottom? Okay. That would be over... here, I guess? Where the hell would that be? I guess down here? Oh, whatever, let's just roam. What are we doing? You. So, hang on, yeah, let's... Up. Spacing, Laura. That. 4. There. Got the relic. Again, this is something this game does better than StarCraft from an RTS standpoint, so I assume you mean gameplay-wise. having a harder time with that question than I would like to admit. Oh, so what you're saying, Loke, is do I think it deserves a negative for the fact that you can lose a stronghold mission? That's a good question. We'll have to debate that. I'm not, okay, this is gonna sound awful. I'm not sure I can think of anything that this game does better from a purely gameplay perspective than StarCraft. Now, I can think of a couple of story things it does better. Obviously, just the ham and cheese is fantastic, and honestly one of the better parts of the game. Oh, that's even different, Django. That's what I was thinking. I am right? Like, if the Eldar knock over the Space Marines and then we attack that spot, we don't get the Stronghold mission? Like, I'm remembering that correctly? Or is that Soulstorm? So, we do need to debate if that is a negative, because that kind of sucks, honestly. But yeah, defending, not getting the stronghold mechanics on a defense. Yeah, that's much more definitively a negative, I would say. We do. Detonating. As many buildings as we can before we crush them. Quick! Quick! Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna agree that losing a enemy stronghold mission isn't a negative. I do think it's probably an absence of a positive, but I don't think it's a negative. Having said that, I do agree firmly with you that not getting the stronghold mission yourself is a negative. That turbo sucks. Especially since there's some cool mechanics in those missions, which it'd honestly be pretty neat to have access to as the player, which we just don't get. So, yeah, I think that's the way I'll swing on that. Let's go up here. Hold on. Just a bit, because I do actually anticipate getting attacked on this map, so we're going to build up a little bit. Just a little, nothing fancy. Just want you to hold position. Just stand here. Near this control point. I'm sure they'll try to attack you on it a few times. Okay, we upgrading, we're upgrading. We can still get more generators. More generators. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Hi, I'm the Lurver. I'm blind. Get another turret going here. We'll go ahead and put the back one as the vehicle one. That upgraded. Tier 2, which should honestly probably be all we need, but, you know... Let's be thorough. Let's go ahead and get a greater core going. Oop. mean, we actually talked about this during the Space Marine run. Space Marine, the game, is one of the very few times I've ever felt like the Space Marines were actually the badasses they probably should be. In fact, that came up during Chaos Gate Demon Hunter as well, because the Space Marines were piddling against the Nurgle forces, right? Pew pew. That was a recurring issue. That's upgraded, that's being made. Do we need anything else for this? Supply. Yeah, against basic cultists, exactly. Like, we're supposed to be these eternal badasses, and it's like, ugh. I haven't played Space Hulk, so I can't comment on that one, sorry. I will say this, you know one thing Chaos Gate Demon Hunter got very well? The Dreadnought. It's one of the reasons I was so frustrated when we just lost the thing. And it's like, but no, that was cool! Why can't I use my Dreadnought? Come on! Oh, the board game. I actually haven't played the board game, which I suppose probably doesn't sound all that... Oh, back off, back off, back off, back off. All that surprising, really. Back off, back off. Continue to back off. You. By yourself. Well, apparently, and I was talking to Third about this, Chaos Gate Demon Hunter sold very well. Like, it was a big financial smash for the company, so we'll see if they make a Chaos Gate Demon Hunter 2. And, you know, fix the problems I had with the game, because there's a lot of room for growth there. Okay, that's at Tier 3. We've got our access to our destroyers. We've got access to all our artifacts. Let's go and get an energy core just for funsies. I mean, that's what we used to do too, Sorora, back in the day. With Magic the Gathering too, you just do a printout and you put like a junk card under it. True enough, Kira White Noise. It's probably one of the reasons why so many of the games focus on the Space Marines, even though that kind of aggravates me. Are we capped on power? We are not. Oh, no, okay. Cap us on power. Panzer Corps, I don't believe so. I'm going to hesitate on saying yes until I know what it is. It doesn't sound familiar. I mean, I'm looking forward to playing Dark Tide, even though I'll probably play it with my friends before I'll play it on stream. Upgraded, get some turrets going, like you do. And that's the last turret, yep, that's okay. Pretty limited on turrets, but it actually makes a lot of sense. I'm not going to complain at all, because, first of all, buildings stick. Now, if there's a turret cap in Soulstorm, that sucks, because there's no really good reason for it. This is when you all say, so... I mean, maybe if he was a little better written, I wouldn't have minded as much, Secto. But I get your point. Yeah. Oh, there we go. We're just going to sit around for just a second. Watch this happen. I actually have played Panzer General. But if what you're talking about is after Panzer General, then I'm pretty sure I didn't play that. So. Jesus, Kira White knows, of course it was. Everybody loves the Space Marines. It's like everybody loving the Jedi in Star Wars. And I know that sounds like a strange statement. But if you think about it for a second, you probably know exactly what I mean. Because, like, The Jedi just sort of overwhelm everything in Star Wars media because the Jedi are popular. That's why it's very rare to get something like Andor. So far, yes, Roman Cure. We'll see. I haven't heard good things about Book of Boba Fett, but I'm trying not to judge too much since I obviously haven't seen it. Oh, I know, Kiro, I know. It was just... I'm with you, Ina Michelle. More Space Marines, more Necrons, more Wolks. More Tau, for God's sakes. Less Tyranids. Less chaos, too. Way too much chaos. Front's built slowly. Almost done. Almost done. I mean, have you looked into the behind-the-scenes, Uthor? Because Andor kind of came out of nowhere from our perspective. But from their perspective, Andor had been in production for a long time. And a lot of people worked on that sucker. Like, that was a slow-boil show. Yeah, no, it was a total Jurassic Park thing. Are we considering PvP for Dawn of War games? No. We have a long-standing rule of just kind of ignoring PvP when it comes to these games. And for good reason. Now, we have asterisked that a few times, but in general, we just look at PvP and say, nope, and don't even think about it. That's true with FF14, that's true for Tor, that's true for Diablo 3 or Diablo 2. I forget what else. We've covered several games at this point that have a PvP element, which we just kind of... Build faster. Come on. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh my god. Oh yeah, STO PvP is hilarious. I don't know if you were there for it, Reggie, but we actually did show off STO PvP very briefly. Literally just to show it off, and yeah, it was exactly as bad as whatever you're imagining or whatever everybody else is imagining. My average live time upon respawn was literally single-digit seconds. And you're wrong, Django! Okay, we did it. Whew, alright. Argument over. See, it's funny you say that, Django, because I was about to point out several RTS games I can think of where I will absolutely not be considering PvP in it, which include StarCraft 1, StarCraft 2, and Warcraft 3. So now we have pariahs. Ho, ho, ho. I'm going to start reinforcing on this line. So I want my pariah. Yeah, commit. Let's do a little sweeping. I want more honor guard. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Ah, I know this map. I died on this map several times as the Tau. I know exactly what map this is. fastest unit the Necrons have? Probably one of the destroyers. If you gave me the setting, excuse me, of the Dominion War, what type of game would I make it in? I mean, okay, so before I go any further, I have to admit that I am super biased because I've been wanting a good Star Trek strategy game for the better part of 30 years. That doesn't count, Django. It kind of does. So, whatever else is happening, I'd probably lean towards strategy. But let's assume we're in a magical situation where somehow, magically, there's already good Star Trek strategy games. Holy crap, they exist. Okay, now that we've kind of got that little proviso, so I can build anything without bias, what I lean towards. Okay, what I'm picturing is something that would be extremely boring, no one would buy it, and it would be a huge flop. You ready for this? What I'm picturing is you play a crew of some random outpost kind of in the middle of nowhere during the Dominion War. Your job is you are... God damn it, Eternus. You are a logistician, okay? Your job is to make sure that the fleets and the personnel and the troops are being taken care of, that messages are going back and forth, etc. But here's the deal. It's not just a spreadsheet game. That's the core, like, bulk of the gameplay. That's the central gameplay, if you will. But you actually end up playing as a, like a person, or maybe even a group of people. And the focus of the story, oh, Jesus Christ, would be a lot more on the individual stories, the characters. You know, you'd have a cutscene where the dude would walk up and be like, hey, so we're going to need some more, you know, reinforcements for such and such in the Whatcha-Fix sector. And the dude's going to be like, what happened? And this guy's like, I don't actually know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. We haven't gotten any word back. Well, where's the fleet? That's the problem. You're joking. And just make it all about the personal drama and the personal characters reacting to what's happening with regards to the Dominion War. So the story focus would be very, very zoomed in. Like, I'm picturing maybe a crew of 3 or 4 people on this little outpost, right? And that's what you're running. Gameplay-wise, of course, primarily trying to shuffle pieces around on the board, so to speak. Yeah, I think that's a good turn. Let's see how bad this goes. Okay. That's sure. Alright, hang on. I need someone to assassinate Roman Cure immediately, please. Yes, immediately. Before he taints the others. Okay, we're good. Where's this one? Which map is this? Okay. Start marching. I need someone to assassinate Flygand immediately, please. Yes, immediately. Thank you. Oh yeah, no, I could even picture the art style. Like, I'm picturing... Have you ever seen Celeste, Eternus? Because that's kind of the vague gist of how I'm picturing the visuals would be designed like. Teleport. Any guesses where they are? Anybody? Oh yeah, good idea. Let's go get even more energy going. I think I was building it, and then I, like, killed the enemy last time I was doing it. Damn it, Roman Cure. Alright, fine. We won't kill Roman Cure. Oh, the Dominion War was bonkers, although if we're being 100% honest, at least some of that was due to bad writing. Star Trek writers have never had a good sense of scale. Yeah, I was guessing top of the map too. You notice that's where I'm heading towards. Speaking of which, teleport. Teleport, teleport. Oh, hello. You're dead. Looks like no. We would have probably encountered something by now. I mean, maybe enemy shout. Okay, so maybe they're up here. Probably wrong again, but that's okay. That's okay. Alright, so launch, launch, launch. Build more players. Okay, they're running this way, but that could be people trying to grab territory. They're also, okay, I think you're right. I think they're coming from the right. I think they're coming from the right. We're gonna be super sure. Wait, hang on. We have a teleport up? We do. That actually sounds like a good movie, Sorora. I don't want to lose my immortals. Get up there. I mean, not to get too much into the nitty-gritty, but for example, a common problem of Deep Space Nine specifically is that Deep Space Nine is so far away from Earth that it would, and this is not a joke, take about 5 years at maximum warp to travel from Deep Space Nine to Earth. Now, bonus question. How many times do they casually go from Earth to Deep Space Nine in the show Deep Space Nine? Like I said, scale? Oh? Oh, they're probably ready. In you go. I could have got destroyers too. I do love vehicle destroyers. Heavy destroyers, I should say. Now we'll just wait a few seconds. Math, Loke. We know how fast warp travel is, and we know how far across it is, so a little very basic math will determine how far they can go and what period of time. That's it. It's just math. Ah, that's why they were attacking from both sides. Okay. They actually did damage to my lord. Holy crap. I'm in shock. Go ahead and head back here. Ooh, I like that idea, Django. Why? Alright, you head back to base. That actually hurt. We're just gonna be this guy for now. Even if it isn't a concrete map, the range of error is just reduces the time by like a year at the most, or increases it by about a year at the high end. So, doesn't really make it any better. I'm not even gonna get into the obvious fact that it's called Deep Space Nine. Let's just ignore that for a second. I'm also not going to get into the fact that there was a border skirmish between the Federation and the Cardassians, who live way over there. Stuff like this is why I have actual maps for when I write stuff. Like the Diablo rewrite, I had a map and a calendar when I was going through it to make sure everything lined up correctly and there was no logical loopholes. Where are they? Here. I mean, the Cardassian border wars are one of the least written things in Star Trek. It's actually really strange. I'm not making that up. Like, good luck finding any details about that conflict. something Star Trek has weirdly adhered to for many years, including in New Trek, is there's about a 70-year gap in between Star Trek 6 and the beginning of TNG. And while there's events that happen in that period of time, they're all extremely vague. And some of them don't make sense. Boop. Okay. So. We could grab a Crypt Warriors. Hang on, let's actually... What do we got left? We could grab a Crypt Warriors, we could grab Builders. Yeah, the Lost Era, exactly. It's kind of what it is. I think that's it. There's the Crypt Warriors and everything else is special as far as Honor Guard goes. There's also a destroyer down there. It's a regular destroyer, though. And another Crypt Warrior. So there's 2 Crypt Warriors and a destroyer left for Honor Guard. But I don't want to take too much time, because I do want to make sure to get these strongholds. I think these 2, the Space Marines and the Imperial Guard, they're sufficiently cornered that I don't have to worry about losing them. Tau is still being problematic, and I kind of want to do them last anyways. Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's hit Gorguts. Let's do it. Let's do our first stronghold. Actually, hang on. Looking at the time, maybe we should do our first stronghold after the lunch break. So, let's go ahead and grab some bonus Crypt Warriors. Let's take those both give 75, so... Shrug, I suppose. So we'll do this, then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back from lunch, and then we'll do strongholds. We'll hopefully start doing several strongholds. Okay, so everything, go. They're probably over here. Usual approach. Power, power. I'm not as worried about defensiving at this point, so we're not going to spend too much time. Like, we're not going to delay just to build up. The only reason I delayed on that other spot was I was pretty sure I was going to get attacked there. I actually haven't been yet. So, shrug. Hey, 2 Base Master. Yeah, you mentioned you were peacing out for a bit. Considering how long Warhammer 3 is, we might still be doing it when you get back, but either way, I do hope to see you on the VODs. Okay, found him. It's okay, Eternus. I've been asked many times today. It's actually a very boring, basic answer, too. But first, I'll take a drink. The answer is the queue is big and needs to be smaller. The rate of funding is good, but the size of the queue is not. And that's all there is to it. Let's see if I can get like anything built before we just stomp over them. Correct, 2 Base Master, but my point is Warhammer 3 is going to be a long stream. See you around, Roman Cure. You did help. Thank you. And this is probably game. Yep. Just stomp. Just stomp. Okay, I was expecting that to take longer than 3 minutes. Let's be greedy. Let's do something slightly different. Let's be greedy. Let's go ahead and pull in our new warriors there. This is just... we have done that before, Scion, so possibly, yeah. I'm not sure exactly, because I'm not sure. Like, I'm going to be completely real. I barely remember the lore of Soulstorm. Real quick. Left, up, or right? What do you think? Which one? Right. Okay, we're going to go right then. Flag end says up. Well, why don't we send... Why don't we just have the troops sit here? You go scout. Teleporter. Okay, it was not right. So let's start sending you up on assumption. Why would Relic piss on the guard? The guard are awesome. I think we found them. They're up. They're up. Whoever guessed up, you were right. You win. Okay, so I need to start grabbing some stuff really quick before I crush the enemy like a bug. Ironic. Who I am. Dawn of War 3. Let's not get into Dawn of War 3 right now, shall we? Let's let that particular dog lie. A little bit more time here, just to build up a little bit, because we might get a counterattack here in a minute. No, it's okay. It's okay. Every third game that they make sucks. That's the trend. So if we get a Dawn of War 4, it'll be good again. Get some basic things going here. This is all just our honor guard right now, by the way. This is just honor guard units. Let's see if we can get like 3 more things going here. 3 more generators. We're not going to manage that. We've already failed at that. Okay. So end turn. Oh no, we're being attacked. I mean, you never know. Company of Heroes 3, excuse me, isn't that old, right? Like, that came out relatively recently. God, I didn't build anything here. Yeah, it's just, and we're done. Wait, what? We're done. Oh, okay. Do you want it? No, we're done. Okay. Don't hurt me. There. And we'll be funny. We'll be funny. February 23rd. I knew it was recent. I knew it was recent. no, the Eldar are attacking. Yeah, Company Heroes 3 looks problematic, is how I would explain that. Like, I actually looked into it myself because I have an interest in the Company Heroes series. And 3 looks bad, honestly. Like, not great. So we're going to chill for just a minute here. Let's let ourselves build up a little bit. You know, just Necron things. We are awakening, as the saying goes. How bad? So the gameplay seems unpolished, is how I would phrase it. And fails at several elements that were done better in previous Company Heroes games, which is whatever. But then there's the fact that the game seems to emphasize the microtransaction side of things rather heavily. It's something that I've seen a lot, where a game company will put out an unpolished or unfinished game and spend all of their extra development time working on the microtransactions to make the thing more financially feasible. It is a disturbingly common problem. That is probably the biggest complaint right there. And honestly, valid, you know? Find the enemy while we're building. Yeah, like, I don't have anything else to add to that, I guess. Obviously, I can't judge it with totality until I actually play it, because that's how that works. Assuming I ever play Company Heroes, Company Heroes 3, excuse me, which I probably never will. How many people do you think would be willing to fund that particular venture? Just leaving gore all over the... Could you not? Could you sweep up after yourselves? Jesus. I mean, nobody would read it, Eternus. I appreciate the compliment. I have spent a long time trying to perfect this system. Hell, it's technically still ongoing. I shouldn't even say technically, it is still ongoing. Thank you, Baron, very much. No, gore is really painful to get out of carpets. I have not played Men of War, no. I can't speak to that at all. Left or right? What do you think? Left. Left it is. Well, even though now we're more right. Oh, whatever. Go. No, not more questions. Anything but more questions. Left it was. You ever feel bad for the Eldar when you're killing them en masse? Yeah, me neither. think Garrosh's Fall to Darkness is better so much as different. I should probably mention, I do actually like Garrosh as a character, even though I can't stand him and would kill him on sight because he's a horrifically evil monster. However, I do think the scenario around Arthas' fall was just better done. Probably because it was done in Warcraft 3 instead of WoW. Yay! More gear. More defenses. More damage and health. Or we start doing the damage. So we'll just do more damage and health. Boop. Oh yeah, get that golden, bronzy glow going on here. Okay, anybody else want to hit me? Nope. Now we'll break for lunch, because that whole thing took like 10 minutes, and I'm just ridiculous, so... Okay. So I'll be back after lunch.